It's a lot of frequency there. There's a lot of frequency. A PEQ can only fix so much. Can only fix so much. As you get a little bit, I think, more informed with frequencies, better at maybe, well, better in the earlier time of a stage of audio. If you get more information about frequencies and that you need 20,000 band PEQ filters per channel of all this, whatever. A Behringer FBQ can only do about 20 band per channel A and channel B. Daisy chain, channel A into channel B, you've got 40 band. That's more than the average, say, at the time, maybe a Dolby CP processor, which had a very small EQ module. Yeah, it was pretty clever. It's only about that size. They call it a Cat 64B. B meaning B chain, because everything in the B chain is so complex. But once you know the basics, the rest is simple. But that you don't acquire that information overnight. You're taking on so much information, and you only gather the information over years, and then you look back thinking, "Gosh, why couldn't I have known that back then?" All the EQ modules are in the CP processors down here. Cat 64B. I'll get one out. These were state-of-the-art one for cinema when they came around. These were state-of-the-art. So it's come out of my accessory unit, and the other one's in the control unit. That was pretty state-of-the-art, and these are all variable. Like this, this DSP EQ stuff today, where the most tolerances you could do is about 0.1 dB step, meaning that's pretty good. Better than most other EQs where they, they're only doing it in dB step of 1 dB or 0.5. Those are some of the common dB step adjustments, but these are totally variable, meaning you got to need a steady hand, steady fingers to do the adjustments. And the EQ is sort of like, you can look at the resolution, which is like focusing with a magnifying glass. I'll just put this cat card back in the processor. Awkward. Very awkward to get it back in. Oh. There we go. I'll be back. So EQ is like a magnifying glass. I'll do one of these effects here. It focuses on certain parts of the frequency, which is the zoom. The zoom. You zoom in closer, and you look at the scale of the frequency. It's all over the place. And you think, oh, that looks great. Oh, that measurement may be acceptable. Personally, it should be flat. But there's no loudspeaker out there that you can buy. Doesn't matter if it's an aim for the snob market, for the rich people, this audiophile nonsense. People that want to believe, Sure, I like to believe as well, but if you're going to believe all the bullshitters that are out there, and they're so screwy with their marketing campaign, no one believes them. For which nature itself cannot be fooled. It's a quote from a physicist. Well, I could be a physicist. I could be a doctor, a PhD. A PhD is bullshit. You got to spend so much amount of money just to get a tiny little piece of paper that says a certificate that you have passed this course. So you can wave it around in front of people to what? To use to intimidate, to common sense. Common sense. Where do you think I got my education from? I got basics at school, and that's all that you require. If you miss school for a certain lesson during a specific time of the, it's possible a teacher could do that, again, one-to-one or sort of thing. So I missed out, and I missed out the basics on this because I don't know it. Can you please teach that to me again? Sure. That's what they're there for, to teach you. That's what they should be there for, to teach you the basics. I missed a lot of basics. I missed out handwriting and all that, even though I did do handwriting. I was probably focusing somewhere else. Doesn't mean I'm stupid. My mind is completely elsewhere, and I don't like what I've been taught. But that teaching is there for a principle for the basics, grammar, our literature. You need to know handwrite. I can't handwrite to save myself. Actually, I can, maybe a little. Last time I handwrite, probably a couple of weeks ago, and it was just a few little scribbles, just saying I know what speaker cable is labeled, this channel, that channel, and I could hardly decipher my own handwriting. Typing's easy, and then you got spell checking. Mathematics I'm not very good at, but then that's why someone clever invented a calculation system, and there's so many different calculation systems to use today that weren't even around at the time when learning at school. I mean, there's so many different formulas of different calculation systems that could be used, and then you look at it and think, crikey, that looks really incredible, but I don't understand it, but it looks wow. It's like some that can play music, but they can't read notation, but they can play music, but they can't read it. So magnifying is focusing on frequency that's all random. It's not perfect. Some of it on the high frequencies is rolling off, and you think, what's going on there? There are two ways you can go around it. You can either put a filter in over everything else and bring it down. Okay, that also on the processor or the amplifier, that drops the level down. You don't lose dynamic range. That's bullshit, because you've still got amplifier power there to turn it up. Okay, as long as you got amplifier power, that's okay. You still got dynamic range there. Yes. Someone was posting something the other day on I think YouTube or whatever, and that was totally misleading bullshit. I'm not saying everyone bullshitting on YouTube, but it was just a little bit misleading because of the experience that person has had. You've got the internal system, like here. If I overdo levels and such, I can make the levels go into the red. That's bad, okay, because then it's going to make distortion noises and such, and that's, well, I hear it on the amplifier, and the amplifier is not even being pushed to the maximum, so the levels have got to be good enough here, and then once it gets to the amplifier, depending on the sensitivity of the amplifier, it might be extremely sensitive to sound signal coming into it, be it sine wave tone or pink noise, and it's going to be very sensitive. And then you've got to look at the voltage level of the signal going on the output. I look at the level meters on the amplifier. I'll take it with a pinch of salt because it might only be there as a guideline. Just give a, say, like, for argument's sake, it's saying that level, unless it is precisionally done, then I should see an accuracy. I should see what I'm aiming for is, if I get 20 dB here, I should get 20 dB on the amplifier signal. And if I'm not, then there's something slightly out of place. You know, if it's showing there, or if it's showing, then I've got 20 dB down on there, and I should have maybe 20 dB there or 20 dB up here. You know, it's got to follow the same. Otherwise, one thing's slightly ahead or one thing is slightly behind. And then, of course, it's testing the speaker itself. I mean, measuring the voltage level on the speaker. A voltmeter. I've got two of them, two of the same voltmeter. Two of the same to use. A 4-channel oscilloscope. A cat called Magic, who meows a lot every time I come into the kitchen because he thinks it's food. So I've got a 4-channel oscilloscope. I've only used it as 1 channel. I haven't used it as a 4-channel yet. But it can be used as a 4-channel. So I can put 4 things outputting, say 4 amplifiers outputting, or 4 whatever signals outputting the same simultaneous. And the goal is to get each channel the same in level. Doesn't matter how I do it, as long as they're in level, and then it's okay. Because ideally, movie mixing and stereo mixing music 2-channel, it's artificial. It's got to be. If 1 channel sounded like too low, you think, well, what's going on here? But that's why you got the balance control on an amplifier. That's why sometimes you get a Dolby Stereo 424 matrix, typical day VHS, rarely on Laserdisc, and sometimes the signal is reversed. So that's my left and my right hand. Sometimes it's round that way. And they think, what's going on? Because I can see the car on screen going that way, but the sound is going that way. And it's just a case of just unplug left and right RCA and swap them around. And then the sound then moves with continuity with the visual. Or actually the visual image is moving with the fabricated sound mix, because it's a recording fabrication mix with atmospherics and psychoacoustics. Try to put psychoacoustics into the mix to give it a kind of a reality almost, but you're only still at the end of the day getting an approximation. This sound is made up of tiny little things that's all happening, and it all comes together, and it all happens at once and seems like it's at once. And you think you can go out a recorder and microphone, you're only capturing a small area, or you're not capturing every tiny little it's like all the frequencies on there's a lot of them, 20,000. Actually, that's a little bit more than that. If you go down to 0 hertz, be about 20,100. 20,100. You got to go down, yeah. So there's still quite a few more frequencies there. You need that coverage. If you haven't got that coverage, then you can only EQ so much. Want to EQ it all, want to get it, go through the first stage. So you got the speaker, the diaphragm, the HF horn, compression driver. On a bench, you got the microphone. You could put the microphone slightly on the outside, or you can push it down through the throat until it gets down to where there's a metal grill, a mesh. It's like a mesh. And then that is still at least maybe 1 or 2 more inches until it gets down to the actual diaphragm, which is fitted on the back of a compression driver, and a mounting and a metal plate goes over it, so not to get damaged, but also contain the sound. And it's got a bit of foam inside, so it minimizes resident noises and such. And then that diaphragm is moving this way because you've got to reverse the polarity on it, so it moves inward toward here. It's the phase plug, and this is the diaphragm, and it's got to move this way. Okay. And then it's easy to put a magnetic field near to the diaphragm and then measure the diaphragm, I suppose. But then, you've got to measure everything and then see like where these frequencies are and how uneven it is before it gets out from the horn. And then it spreads out in different angles, or it's designed and shaped to put sound in this specific direction and keep it, you don't want it too wide, or you can have it wide or different design, but you want it focused. You want to minimize the sound being reflected onto the sidewall or the ceiling or the floor, and get it focused so it's coming down at the seating so everyone hears it, theoretically. Just listening to my cat. Just listening to my cat. He's got on the litter. I've got to clean the litter in a second. So yeah, you got. Oh, what the fuck? You got the voltmeter. I've only used this sometimes testing with a sub bass shaker. And how the sub bass shaker is fitted and what frequency sine wave is generated into the bass shaker, and how much voltage. Some people say, I've got a 500 watt amplifier for my sub bass shaker. I got 300 watts on it, or actually it's about 150, I think. 150 for the shakers and such. That's okay. That's not too bad. But don't forget that bass shaker is in proximity with your seating. You're in close proximity to it. And so you're going to feel it, theoretically. depending on how the bass shaker is attached, what voltage is going into it, what sine wave signal's being played, and you can feel this shaking motion. Similar shaking motion to what you would feel on a bass driver. If you put your hand close to it, you can feel the sine wave moving the frequency 20 hertz, and you can feel your hand being pushed back, depending on the X factor, the X max of the diaphragm, how far, where the magnet is to the voice coil, and how far it can move back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Obviously, the greater, the better, because then it can go down, it can reproduce 20 hertz a lot louder, a lot higher, with less distortion. But you only need so much power to, well, it's kind of, I don't know, subjective, or if is it, because how a speaker's fitted in a room and how it's going to sound or interact with the room, and how much power you need, how much, oh gosh, does it translate very well, because that speaker may be actually generating more output signal than the actual amplifier. Does that make sense? So if I got 20 hertz on a sub bass speaker and I got it on the amplifier, and I'm measuring it frequency electronic, I'm also measuring it electronically with a voltmeter. I'm also got another voltmeter that's connected. So I've got several voltmeters, one connected onto the amplifier to measure, that's the signal I'm seeing, 20 hertz. I'm seeing that voltage. I want to put one on the speaker to see what I'm seeing, because it'll have a impedance. There'll be something going on there. Plus, I need a few more other things connected up, because you got a speaker box, yeah. You take the beat speaker out and you put your head inside. Ooh, ooh, you get it resonating, boomy sounding, and that sound is going to make that speaker do whatever, may not want it. I've heard that if you put pillows and duvet, stuff it into a big, stuff it into an enclosure, it can change the sound of the frequency. I don't know if it does it at all frequency or only does it specific, but it changes. I haven't tried it myself thoroughly to see what end result I could get with it, and thinking that's not too bad. I like it. I like how it sounds. How a sub bass speaker sounds, or how a bass speaker sounds, or mid range or high range. See, it's very easy to put a crossover filter on and then listen on headphones. So if I want to cross over a frequency at 8 kilohertz and use 24 dB or 48 dB, if I need something like an elliptical, I think like there, so that's about 48, and that's about 24, about 18, it's about 12, and then 6, and then boom, flat. You certainly, and then listen to say, okay, that's the range roughly on the crossover of a tweeter, even though it's a little bit like that. I might want the same filter range for a tweeter, and then listen on the headphones. Those headphones can reproduce a full range sound if they need to. The little tweeter thing itself could only reproduce a sound until it gets down to a certain point, and that frequency is causing a problematic issue. an artifact, noise, something which in nature wouldn't probably happen, and I've got to filter it out. So it's quite a few things to, solve until you get to EQ and, EQing amplifier. Amplifier might be within a tolerance of 0.5 dB. Well, whatever. Until you check it and then look at it on the RTA, and then you can see what the dB tolerance is. And then you think, well, could you actually hear that? It's small. So if I were to play a sine wave tone going up and down, up and down, up and down, so I could probably manually put a tone and on the generator and then adjust the tone. So when it's generated, it generates within roughly a 0.5 dB, and it's going up and down, or on and off, on and off, on and off. Could I hear that tone against, say, like the pink noise of the signal, or I mean, 0.5 is very tight tolerant. It's very tight tolerance, that. But is it good as is it good? Is it what I want? Is it perfect? I suppose in a Tron world, on a grid with a light cycle, it may not be. It's probably zero. All zero. No harmonics, unless there's a breakdown in the system somewhere. Sorry. Let me generate another tone. So I'm looking at microphones on the speakers. I'm not looking at this electronically through the unless it's just the signal noise on the so I'll just stop that there and just look at that there. I'll zoom in a little bit. Just zoom in a little bit on that. Between that noise just idling on the computer, just idling there, because it's got the microphone pick up, but I could fade all that off and turn that all off on the mixer. I can turn that off here. Just look at it again. Just check all these variables. Sort of like that. What resolution have I got that on? 48 dB. Turn the fader up on the mixer a little bit. There we go. That's because I've got a few low part bass and treble adjusted, just so I can get a near flat line as possible to work with. So I've got a few controls adjusted there. Otherwise, the frequency, when you look at it, it's going that way. And then you go to another. If I go to another scale reading, I'm going to get a different scale reading on the RTA. So if I go up to the other mode on the RTA, I'll just stop it, and it's elevating upward. So I can't use that because I've got to readjust the, depending on what, that gives more square grid of the response, which, I could work with. So I'll just go back to turn it back on, adjust the settings on the audio mixer. That looks okay. Looks okay. I'll put that one there. Just the other controls on the mixer. Okay, let's have a look at that scale reading. I'll put some pink noise. So that's to show me. I'm seeing more or less the same thing, a bit uneven frequency. And I can see all the little where I need to have PEQ filters. All these little steps that are going up, tiny little steps. 48 dB. The 48 dB octave. So a lot of band there. So zoom in on it, like a magnifying glass. Zoom in. I wonder if I can actually use the magnifying glass on there. Would it work? So I'll put the magnifying glass up in front. Oh yeah, get an increasement. Move back a little bit. See? So focus on the frequency. And there's so many little bands there that make up that little hump. That little hump there, that little tiny little hump. Okay. I can see how it's going here. And they're uneven because all these lines, all these little steps, all these little tiny little steps, they should all be one single line. They should be like this line. Totally like that line. To get it like that, you need so many PEQ filters. Otherwise, you just chase your tail around in a circle. I'm still chasing my tail around circle. Unless someone can modify an FBQ. So you can program an FBQ to use all the frequency bands on channel A from 20 to 20 and just use all those filters, and then you just program those filters in. Once you've adjusted that, set that program, it's memorized. Go on to the next band frequency, and you may only need narrow band Q bandwidth, which is, so I go on that frequency, and then I could look at it and think, okay, I might try widening the bandwidth. I'll centralize there, and then I'll just bring it down a little bit. That might sort it. That may sort the problem and minimize using PEQ filters. But you will eventually on these systems, these all this ACK, the rack and Odyssey garbage, and you're going to run out of PEQ filters eventually, and then you got nothing left there to tune it. You could either think clear the board and start over again and do it from a different approach until you got it, you know. But then you're still going to need to put some elevation in the frequency. With a simple filter, and it would just give it an elevation. You just put a simple filter in will just give it the elevation, or descending. So it doesn't sound so harsh, and it sounds wow, because it's trying to make a system in a room or wherever sound like headphones. You put headphones on and it's like, that's great. Okay, even though the headphones are all uneven, but if you got the headphones all flat, perfect, and then adjust by putting filters in to, and then listen, wow. And then you can walk around anywhere without those frequencies dipping or peaking, because they're, you move around anywhere with a speaker. Just take a speaker anywhere. If it's mostly in free from boundary surfaces, except for the ground, of course. Most any speakers are going to be still near close to a ground surface until you take it a little bit higher up, depending on the frequency wavelength. Like 20 hertz is pretty long wavelength. That way. I mean, it's pretty big. It's bigger than your home. And then you go down to, this infrasonic 80-inch sub-bass nonsense, crying out loud. The wavelength on that's longer than the wavelength on that's longer than the little village you live in. You're talking a wavelength that's over a mile in length. Oh dear, you got a tiny little village and you got a wavelength that's that reaches just about the average height of the average rain cloud. It's about a mile up. Depending on how high the altitude is, and and you're closer, and you get the vapor. Anyway, but that wavelength, it fills a room. But when you get down to the other frequencies, and they get, and it's like now that wavelength is getting problematic. It's getting smaller, and it's good for the front where the speakers are at that frequency. But by the time it gets, depending on if it's going up and it's going down, and it's going up and it's going down, like so. So you got one seat here, one seat there, one seat there, and if you got a peak here, that's good for that seat. This seat here is good, but this seat here, no. And then it goes up, so you need to move this seat back a little bit. But then you got to check the next frequency, and then see where that. You look at the overlapping waveforms of the frequencies of this one, and then you got to think, that's just one sub, or that's. I think sub bass and speakers is. I think there is some sort of racialness with sub bass and speaker. There is racialness, because there is like, oh, my sub bass is important. Oh, but you don't, you forget about all the other speakers in the room. What's my cat doing? Okay, stop it. Anyway, so you think all these people, these experts that made the rack and the Odyssey and the Genesis, I mean, they've only made an EQ system there. It's only doing not even half. They just haven't got all the PEQ filters to handle this, or you know. And some of the stuff they're trying to sell these days is like they're trying to put a very steep price tag on it. And the algorithm, how it's been programmed, how it's been designed and programmed, and all this impulsing and what the bloody hell is that? Impulse engines on the Enterprise? What the bloody hell is this bloody impulse nonsense? All we're trying to do is get a frequency that's flat, and then I can then give it an elevation here on the high frequency. So I can hear the highs. Otherwise, they go over your head. They go past your ears. Well, they do. They are getting to your ears. It's just the some of those high frequencies are there. So high frequencies are there, and the other frequencies are about this bloody range, and therefore this is the only range you bloody hear all mostly of the time, and you don't even notice this range, even though it's there, but you don't notice it. Your mind, boom. Even though the RTA, the microphone, yeah, our hearing spectrum it is different. Our hearing range rolls off on the super high frequencies, and then they need to be elevated. You either bring down the other frequencies, so that the high frequencies, so providing you got amplified power there, providing not getting any harmonic distortions on the tweeters, etc., and they don't burn out, and they're not going to get any generation of if they do get harmonics, and that can lead all up to distortion, and eventually something is getting generated into without even knowing it, and until you test it, and then oh yeah, but you won't have that happening. And also have an audio limiter there to safeguard, so if it goes over a certain level it won't go any higher. But generally you can get an okay frequency response, and it's like, I know the amplifier's frequency response is perfect. Okay, I'm on amplifier at the moment. I'm on amplifier return. Okay, so pink noise. Let's turn off the bass. Frequency rolls off. Turn the bass back on. Turn the HF off. Frequency goes down. That's on the amplifier return. And for those that missed out on the video there, I might repeat it because I see people tuning in and people tuning out and tuning in, tuning out, in, out, in and out. They come and go. They come and then they go. So I can see there's a little random noise there in the signal that's generated by probably on the computer, and I can see some little wiggles in the frequency there, but that's I can overmodulate that on the pink noise. It's only a small signal, and I can put amplifier. Boom, the signal goes over the top. Level on the HF can go up a little bit because it's a little bit on the shy end, I think. Let's just check this one. Goes up a little bit. It's a little bit flatter or a bit duller because I can see the amplifier roll off on the frequency. It just needs a little adjusting. Might need to recalibrate the THX. I'll use the DCX. And I can see the crossover there. I can adjust the polarity to correct that. Adjust the polarity, and that dip goes up, but there's another dip here. But that's not much of a big deal, really. A bit of EQ can fix that. That's on the overall frequency of the signal. You can't independently do it. You got to put a filter in there. I need to do a diagram. So you got you need so many EQs, so many. You need depending on what your system's doing. I find a two-way is pretty good, better than probably maybe going three-way, because you're then only going into, say, like more amplifiers, more cables, etc. It can be cheap or it can be expensive. In long terms, it gets more expensive. Yeah, that way I could use a filter that only checks electronically. So where I was seeing the dip in the frequency, that's at the crossover region, and if I reverse the polarity, signal goes up. But I also got to check that with two microphones, one on the bass cab, one on the tweeter or the HF horn, and I've got to see the same action. I've got to make sure that the signals are like that. They're summing up. Okay, even though the crossover division is going to, so if the frequency was flat and I put the crossover in on the bass, it goes off at a certain range where a crossover at. The same goes for the horn. It's flat, and I put a crossover in, goes down. And so when the two come together, they look like that. If I reverse the polarity, signal goes up, but I've got to check it acoustically to see, So I have it corrected on the electronic side, and then I also got to check the acoustical side by reversing only the HF horn, or well, it depends on what needs reversing, because that then has got to translate into the surround speakers. If I was checking the surround speakers crossover, of course, that's 3 microphones I need. I need 1 microphone on the bass, 1 on the mid-range, 1 on the tweeter. And if I look at the pink noise, and it should all be like, if I see a very sharp dip or something going on, I think, what's going on there? Could be the wiring is wired incorrectly. It could be on the mid-range, or it could be on the tweeter. So that gets very tricky testing and checking, because don't take a speaker for granted just because you think, oh, it's top end, it's high end game to end all, where all other home theatre have got to meet with an Ascendo. Yeah, right, sure. The more frequency crossover range changes, the more it stays and remains the same. For which nature cannot be fooled. So you just check it until it's like flat. Until you turn that tweeter off, and then you see the mid-range dropping down, and then you turn that tweeter back on, and it goes back up. I'm pretty sure my surrounds are okay, because I checked them all through with, I think, a battery, 1.5 volt. So I test on the bass drivers to see if the bass driver is going forward. If it's going that way, so there, that's if this bass driver goes inward, okay, that's reversed. The wiring is reversed. Put it back into normal position where no voltage signal. Put the voltage on. If I see it go that way, that's okay. That's going forward motion. And then I can compare with the mid-range drivers to see if they're going the same way, forward motion. And you can just see the mid-range drivers move. Tweeters, you need light and a very good eye, or maybe a magnifying glass. Okay. And you can see forward and reverse motion on a tweeter. A 1.5 volt battery ain't going to blow a tweeter up, because that tweeter is designed to handle up to maybe, I don't know, maybe 5 volt, maybe 8, maybe 10 volt. It depends. And that's volt. And that's only a 1.5 volt battery. And all you're looking for, you'll hear a little popping sound, and that's nothing to worry. That's only because it's pop moving, Or you could put a little bit of voltage by using a battery that's a little bit flatter, and just check it with a voltmeter. So if it's got about 1 volt on it, or 0.00 of 5 of half a volt or whatever, yeah. And you got your magnifying glass on there at a certain angle. You can just see the little tweeter either go down or go upward. And when you know it's going upward, the wiring there, everything, how it's been designed is correct. And then you've got to connect it up to the passive crossover. But is the passive crossover wired correctly? It might possibly. The wires, the design of the crossover and the circuit and everything might be okay, but someone might have got the red and black or what wire reversed. And you think, what's going on there, until you check it and check all the other passive crossover. And yeah, they're okay, except this one. Oh yeah, the wiring has been, you don't have to desolder and do it. You just put something like a little tape around the wire and say this one's positive. Because they have different colors sometimes, which makes it a little bit complicated. Usually black and red. black to negative, red to positive. Black with a yellow with a black stripe might be negative. It's so confusing on these 8330s JBLs. But you got to check everything, make sure everything's, once that's checked, that's checked. But then there's the cone motion on the horn. Because the compression driver is behind, okay, that means there's the phase plug, and then the compression driver, the dome diaphragm, goes over. Okay, usually that dome tweeter mid-range, I'll say like a JBL, will be facing toward. It's facing towards. The wiring on it is so it's going forward motion. But when it's put onto a compression driver, it's behind, and therefore it's pushing away. You got to reverse the polarity, so it's pushing down onto the diaphragm, onto the phase plug, and pushing. Once you go, that everything checked there, and and your horn sound blends into the surround, the frequency. Because you can still reverse the polarity, and then you see the signal going up or downward. So it might be normal there, where the polarity is set, depends on the wiring on the amplifier, depends on. You check everything and you see all the signals are okay, they're all adding up. You can test it with sine wave tone. It makes it a bit more easier than random pink noise that's just moving. You know where the crossover frequency roughly is, and you can generate a tone, a sine wave tone. And if the signal goes up, and check on all the surrounds, whatever, even if you had a coaxial speaker would be a bass driver and a compression driver. Is it checked? Is the wiring okay? Has it been checked? Don't just buy something and think it's okay. Has it been checked? Yes or no? The answer is most people haven't checked it. They haven't done a video to check, to show that is in, has a cinema. I don't know. We go to a cinema. I mean, sometimes I hear something very strange, and this is one cinema that doesn't exist anymore. It's still there, partly on the outside, but the inside doesn't exist anymore. It's gutted, completely stripped out. That's what they say, but I haven't seen it. There's been no pictures or videos that show this, what's gone on, They just say, unless I went in and had a look around and saw, like, wow, because I see the outside of a building and how it's shaped and all that. And then if I go anywhere else, like, oh, this staircase or whatever, there's something here that doesn't exist anymore. It's been stripped out. That's one of the cinemas downtown. But there was one time where I was noticing the sound on the bass with the screen channel, and it sounded pretty good, but it had a very odd sound. It sounded like one channel in the playback of the LCR, even though they got 5 screen. It sounded like one channel was reversed. In maybe the whole channel reversed, or maybe only the bass cab reversed. It sounded something like, because it was doing an interesting sound, and because the speakers are very widely spread in a room that's larger than mine, you get a good sound, and the speakers are not too close to the walls, the side wall. They're a considerable distance to where the screen is, and how the fabrication is put into the room to give you this illusion. Yeah, wow, this is all it's all designed this way, but you take all this fabric down, there's nothing behind it. It's just like a curtain to give you an illusion, but the sound and the screen and the sound is fairly good. Was in the day when it did sense around on the other speaker system with a Sherwin Vega, which they used to have down there, but it's probably been thrown into a skip. Yeah, there was a Sherwin Vega sub-bass system that was placed behind a false wall. That's probably ended up in a skip by now. Gone. That's like one of a kind speaker design. Very hard to come by on eBay. But it's not like, hey, here's the design plans. You can go and build it. You know. But it would be probably with the Sherwin Vega 18s and that. Whether they were intact, I don't know, because that system was deactivated, that the sensor round was deactivated back in the early 1980s, where they said they hidden the sub-bass sensor round bass bin behind a wall, but that's probably ended up in a skip by now. The pigeons have probably vacated the cinema. Probably gone down to the other one. Yeah. So you use a magnifying glass to focus on sound. That's unusual how something is only heard but you can't see it. Or can you? Under certain controlled conditions. Under certain control conditions, you'd be able to do experiments. So everyone that's bought a Trinog, they're very few far between. There'll be amateur, and there might be a few professional, but professional. Are you professional? I'm going to rip down your Trinog. Oh God, that's nice. Yeah. Are you professional? I wonder if they had professionals when they built the pyramids. Is an alien professional? How those pyramids become, and the precision and that into the design in a three-dimensional space. And then speaker designing, and then there's been quite a lot of advances in speakers, think about it, their frequency range in the early stages of when a loudspeaker became because the first ones, they had to generate a magnetic field to, and then that went on to the next phase where now today, but the frequency range was limited. Say Vodafone. I need to look up the full spec on see what the characteristic is and where the frequency roll off is and how they generated tones or how they generated pink noise or how they generated things back then to do all these test measurements. I'm sure that's it's got to be in a museum of but our own range only goes, we can only barely just hear 20,000 kilohertz. There's not enough tests that I've seen where children are being test subjects. You can't really use you can't really, I couldn't really say trust myself, even though I have to the signal needs to be amplified because our hearing range rolls off. You need you need headphone that's absolutely designed flat, and then generate the sine wave tone. Say you need a child. I think you could do a child on the stormaudio. A child. I never used a child really, but it's there. But it's just a gimmick, a feature or whatever. You need a test subject, and then test there with sine wave tone. So raise your hand when you hear this sine wave tone. You need to make sure the headphones are adjusted on the ears correctly, because if one is slightly misaligned, a certain high frequency, I might not hear it like 8 kilohertz, because my ear is slightly shaped different here to this side, slightly different shape, and I've got to make sure I've got the headphones at this side positioned correctly, and then this one, and then leave it, don't touch. They're aligned. I can hear the high frequency, I can hear the sine wave tones, almost close to 17,000. It's like that. It's and then go down a bit in the frequency range, and then it gets a little bit easier and easier until I get down, and I know, of course, I'm riding the fader level, turning it, adjusting it, because if I go down to 1 kilohertz, it'd be like rip the headphones off. So, but I know that. That's why I adjust the level, and then I know I can hear this range. So it should be going like that, and then going up and up and up like that. And then when going down on the lower frequencies, it should go up a little bit. And the headphones are not really being generated by too much gain. There's not much gain there there's a little bit, I'd imagine, but not a whole lot, like when it goes into a room, which is different sizes, different volume, ceiling, above, sidewalls. And test that loudspeaker with that sine wave tone. Boom. And then you take it outdoors, test it again. And it's like, measurements are different. In fact, it looks better outside than it does inside. But then you put something outside that you got already prepared, and you put up boundary surfaces surrounding that loudspeaker. Boundary surfaces. You know you got a floor, the ground there, the grass, whatever. Okay, and you put up some boundary surfaces. Boom. And then you test it again. Back to the same result now, are we? Well, depending on how thick those boundary surfaces are, because some of the bass can probably still get out. And so until it's totally, utterly contained, for which nature itself cannot be fooled, and then it's squashing the frequency down and changing the frequency wavelengths of every tone, sine wave. Not so much on the high frequencies because their wavelength is tiny. And you need a lot of power amplifier. You need special speaker. Because the outside signal noise, the noise outside is like up there. You go indoors, it's really quiet. So you got outside, you got something that's PA amplified. Needs a certain adjustment to get over. You measure the noise outside with a microphone, and then put the pink noise, the sine wave, and the tone is down here. You get up until it's up there somewhere. And you can just hear it, if that makes sense. I'm just enjoying this fruity ice cream. Wow. Just let it melt. Move it around. Basically, it's just like taking a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or whatever and freezing it. Pour it into something. Don't put it in a bottle and then try to open it while it's still kind of liquidy and frozen. Otherwise, you've got to open it very steadily. The pressure will just come soon it out like a volcano. Yeah, you'll end up with sticky syrup all over the kitchen and all over yourself. But pour some of it, yeah, and get an ice cream stick. I think they do those. And you pour them in. So you got Diet Pepsi lolly, a Diet Pepsi lolly. Frozen, basically frozen. That's why you put ice cubes into because the temperature as it comes out of the fridge temperature is about there. Temperature from the ice cubes is a lot colder. So you put the ice cubes. Basically the coolness is going downward. You hold an ice cube there. You feel the cold air going downward onto you. Cold air goes down, warm air goes upward. You could put one of these in you could put an ice lolly into a Pepsi, Diet Pepsi. Put an ice lolly, bump. It's come out of the freezer. Its temperature is a lot colder until you know. Or you could put a Pepsi in the freezer. You got to time it, of course, until it you don't want it to, basically it just ends up like a nice one of those slush puppy drinks or whatever it is. So it's slushy, like when it comes down like a sleet. You get this slushy, cold, icy, make a drink. I wonder if anyone has made a slushy iced drink from nature. So when it snows, okay, which is just frozen water, the rain descending, and then it freezes. And then put that into a glass and put a syrup in and make a drink. I wonder what it. Firstly, I like to make sure it's okay. You know, check the pH level on that, and else I ain't just gonna, even though, but things go through filtrations, and I want to check it, make sure it's okay. But birds are drinking it. Cats and dogs, animal. Just put the amplifier, put it back on microphone. Okay. So back on back on it's picking up my sound here. What SPL level readings that? Okay. That's about 70 at a very short distance. It's picking up on the picking up there on the, so the gain level on the just turn that down a bit so it minimized the pickup of sound in the rest of the room because it's only focused on the speaker. Interesting to know how much of the sound flow across the screen material. I'm still waiting for a demo at a local showroom where they got a JBL synthesis. No, I am not buying a JBL synthesis because I think JBL synthesis are overrated, overpriced. Personally, I wouldn't put a JBL synthesis into a dog cat rescue charity shelter home. And I'm a diehard fan of JBL, but I wouldn't put that because I think it's the JBL synthesis is aimed for the snob, aimed for the rich snobby market. You know, rich people, you know, that live down over on Sandbanks, down that way. Yeah. Obviously, they've never heard of eBay because you can go get the same professional cinema stuff. If I'm using full range JBL set behind this screen, then that's great. It didn't cost much. It was just waiting. That's all I do. Dun 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 dun. He waits. Dun 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 dun. That's all he does. Dun 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 dun. Watching the bay. Dun 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 dun. Watching the surf up on the bay. Dun 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 dun. And then sees a JBL. Dun 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 dun. Price that. Whoa, that's cheap. Buying it. So all I do is just wait. You go around looking for current JBL cinema speakers. Their prices have not come down. Even though some of the old ones, some people try to sell them off too damn expensive. They're not that rare because they made thousands of units that sold worldwide. So, well, maybe a million or so. So there's quite a lot of them out there in circulation. They're just, most people that got them know the potential of them, and it's like having the Firefox, and they know the potential of this aircraft and what it can mean, and so there's no way they're selling it. They're keeping it. Although I like, if my room was well, if I could subtract the chimney breast in this room, if I could subtract it, and that's only 18 inches in depth, if I could subtract 18 inches, I could fit literally JBL 4675 times 5 across the screen. Of course, I have the projection screen would need to be a little bit bigger. The projection port window would have to be moved over this way a little bit. The seating, I'll still keep it as, you know, the same seats, only I'd have a little bit more wider space in the room, which is basically only 10 feet 5 inches or 10 feet 6 inches, I think. Where it goes from here over to the wall is only 9'8", 9'2", and that's roughly all I can deal with. And that's not bad with the cinema speakers. That is not bad. It's not bad. It's not ideal, but it's not bad. And it's way cheaper than the JBL synthesis. Most of the earlier JBL THX synthesis they were doing in the 1990s, most of the components were used in the cinema. Most of the components, the 15 bass driver, could have been the 22, the 222.5 or the 222.6, or some of the mid-range drivers, or might have been used in the 8330s, and some of the tweeters and so on and so forth, as well as in other hi-fi grade JBL. Some of their smaller compression drivers probably used in other JBL, for smaller speakers, not large screen channel ones, where the compression driver is about that blooming size, even though you can get it about one that's about that size, a little bit less weight. The one I'm using is about that size, and it's like, with the horn, it is bloody heavy to pick it up. If it were an 83, if it was the 2360A on the end with the horn, that's not manageable. You may have to ask for a friend to help assist putting it, because it is so large and heavy, and it's really a two-person job. Because the thing is 3 foot square and just over a meter long. It wouldn't fit in this room because it's over a meter long. The 3 foot, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. No, that wouldn't fit. That wouldn't fit. No, that wouldn't. No, that wouldn't fit. That'd be 15 feet long, I think. I know I measured. They had 3 JBL cheap. That's where I got all my surround speakers from. A dubbing theatre, a Twickenham film studio. So there's a lot of famous film mixers that have been mixed on those surround speakers. Oh, I could probably still ask to this day and say, hey, can someone come down from Twickenham and autograph the speaker? Inches. 31 inches. I haven't got my tape measure with me. 31 inches. 31. It's 31. So it's not. I was thinking it was 39 inches. Yeah, it's 31 inches. 12. That's about that sort of size. Square. 31. And the length 32, and 54 inches. So one of the JBLs, it's the 2366A. That's long. That's 54 inches long. Bloody hell. Crikey. And all the others are within a size of, that's the short and the medium size, for 31, 32. So the 31 wide, high and wide, or the size, they're pretty square. And the length, just 1 inch longer, 32 inches. So 31, 31 inches, okay. So inch. No, not in excess. I'm trying to type here, my key bloody thing's falling apart. It's breaking up, Captain. I can't hold it together. I try and get a new keyboard and it's crap. I don't like it. I basically want to get the same keyboard again, so it's just looking around for it and just get the same keyboard. Or some of the buttons that don't fit in, the keys, just look for the spare parts. Yeah. I'll just need, there's one missing here, but there's a few other little hickeys, you know. As long as it still transmits and works, then it's not broken fully yet. until it doesn't transmit, and that doesn't work. 31. Okay. Calculator. Calculator. 31 times 5. 155. Okay. Yeah, 155. 12 foot. That's almost 13 feet. 12 foot 0.9. That's almost 13 foot. That. I'm pretty sure this room is 10 foot. 10.5. Pretty sure it's 10.5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, the width of the room is 10 foot 9 inches. So a 5 screen with a 2360 horns wouldn't fit in this room. Need to be at least well 1 foot wide, 1 foot more. I know 2 foot at the most. 2 foot greater. 2 foot greater. I could do it the other way. I'd go the other way down the length of the room. But the problem there being be too close to the speakers. Not bad, but you get a wide stereo sound and so forth, and then you get some sound that's a little bit too, so it's all got to be calculated and worked in, but not good for the surrounds, because then well, in actual fact and in some actual fact and not actual fact, if I turn this room around so the screen speakers go down this way, the surround speakers going down the sidewall will be less, because I'd only need about maybe 2 speakers, not 3, probably just 2. Seating, 1 row. 2 rows won't work. Be too close to the screen. Projector image won't be good. That'll suck completely, because the projector will be back here if the chimney breast didn't exist. And projector image would be rubbish because it would be too small, because there wouldn't be enough angle to spread it out too wide. I'd need a specific lens to get it out. And I could probably make it like a Cinerama curve and curve it. Overhead surround. Well, that would totally limit the amount of overhead surround. But who says, why does Dolby Labs say overhead surround has to be this number of speakers, blah, blah, blah? And you just take a speaker and a speaker, guess what? Put them side by side. You'd still hear sound shifting or movement. You get a shifting of the sound, just as if you would in real life. How you mix sound and such. So if you had a cluster of overhead, literally, I mean literally, okay, I was thinking this only maybe a day or so ago. Because if I were to put smaller speakers on the ceiling, JBL Control 1, that's a small speaker. Okay. So if I put those back on the ceiling, it's going to be that size. Okay. Now I put another JBL Control 1 side by side, and then another one in front of it, and then I make the size that size. That can play just one channel on the Atmos overhead. Okay, just one channel. Or maybe it could play independently. One channel. So it goes there. And then you just cluster the whole ceiling until it's just literally, when you put the pink noise to test it, don't have to be ear busting. You just put it on and then adjust the level until you got like, say, 60 dB, 70. And you monitor how that sound is going to come out of that cluster, all simultaneous. It will blow all the other home theaters with their trinners completely out of the water, for which nature cannot be fooled. So they just went out and bought something from a manufacturer, believing. I know the JBL 8330s might be a little bit overrated, but they have been used in the cinema. They've been used on a dub stage, to a cinema, to selected home cinema. Selected. Very few home cinemas use them because they have been used in the real world. They've been used up against the real theatrical mixes, which doesn't mean a theatrical mix is louder or whatever than a near field. All they do in there with near field is adjusting dialogue levels, so it'd be either a little bit more forward or a little, this way or that way. That's not a big deal. The frequency range scale still covers the same. And you can turn pink noise up and up and up and up until the point where you've got to put earplugs in, ear defenders on, or basically get out of the room and just keep turning it up and just watch the level on the RTA, microphone, the RTA, and just watch the increasement and looking for all the artifacts. It's like the JBL room where they test everything. You don't want to go in that room. It's testing the components to see if they fail or if they surpass all the tests and approved. You don't want to go into that room. From what one person going in that room, from the description, I get the idea. It's probably a bit like Sense Around, and that was a damn scary sound system. So you don't think you want to go in that room, not without the hearing protection. Even with the hearing protection, I'll say, I get the idea, but I don't want to go, and I've got tinnitus and I'm not chancing it. Thank you. I get the idea. So that doesn't mean that speakers have got to play at that level. They can if they want to, but they play less is more, as they say. Less is more. Less is better. Because if you were to take one of those speakers and put it outside when it's playing that noise, took the whole room that's playing that, all those speakers simultaneously, and took that and put it out, everyone's going to be pointing to it across the road and saying, bloody hell, hark at that noise. It'd be like someone with an obnoxious bloody motor car with his, and I've seen Snail go a lot faster, and it's just like, bloody hell, forget it, just hark at it, It's like if I play a movie and it's got a sonic boom in it, can it be heard outside? Of course it can't. It's a recording, for crying out loud. The loudspeakers and all. If it was probably doing could an Ascendo do the sonic boom? I don't know. When you hear the sonic boom, it's kind of, I don't know, up and down. Every mix I've heard in is always different with a sonic boom. What's it? Hail Columbia, The Dream Alive. What's it called? Blue Planet. Oh God, what's that movie called? What's that? It's a short movie. One of those Limax movies. Limax. One of those short little. What's it called? I got it on disc. And at the beginning, it's got a space shuttle. Well, it's a recording, but I don't know if it's an actual recording. And it's been mixed at Skywalker. I think mixed at Skywalker Sound. I think. I can't remember the movie. What's it called? I know it's not Hail Columbia, because that's got a kind of sound, but it's a bit more of a sound. And the other one's got a bit more of a boom, boom. I think it's The Dream. No, not The Dream Alive. What's it called? I'll go and grab it. I'll probably see it when I see it. It's okay. Toss it. Pull the plug. Toss it. Got it? Got it. How much are you going to sell it for? 5. I think we can make that. Okay, so that's one of those. Yeah. 3D. I don't even use the 3D. It's a gimmick. Try it. Toss it. Blue Planet. Of course, I got it on Laserdisc. T-Rex. I saw all these at the what's it down at the when it had a real 70mm 15 perf. But it's no longer it. It was the most hated IMAX, the most hated IMAX on the face of the planet, and it got demolished. And it sucked. It hardly did anything. It was really Limax. It wasn't really doing IMAX. It was really Limaxing before Limax. Limax came around when they had digital projectors, and then it became Limax. I don't think I saw that in IMAX. I'm not too sure. I can't remember. Mission to Mir. Can't remember if I did see that. I didn't see the Dream Alive. I've never seen the Dream Alive in IMAX. But I got it. I've never seen that in IMAX, but I got it on the only few I have is Haunted Castle. The T-Rex, I saw that in IMAX. Didn't see Blue Planet because they didn't have the print. They weren't showing those prints. Haunted Castle, 3D Cyber World, something Flight, or Titanic. I saw a Titanic one in IMAX. The Abyss, something Titanic of the Abyss. Got that on another DVD. Yeah, I've seen a few of them. So if the tickets were all put together, it'd probably only be about that thick. Maybe that I've seen. I haven't seen that many. Most people might have tickets when they all come together. They're probably about that thick, and that's a lot of tickets, mind you. That's of course if they've seen it over and over and over and over again. If they've only seen it once, yeah. But sometimes you see something that's better than what's on TV at the moment, and the sound and so forth. But it wasn't as good downtown. Wasn't as good as THX sound system. The IMAX sound system wasn't as good as THX. Yeah, it was better than some of the sound reproduction of some of the local cinemas across the road. It was better than that. But when you look at those IMAX, when you look at the speakers that go into that room, they're not very big. They're very small. But then, you got to look at the physics of the wavelength of the frequency, the amplification of it. They use 44 speakers. That's 44, okay. Bass drivers, boom, 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 counting them all up. And then the 18s, you count them all up. And then the mid-range horn and the high-range horn. And you count all those up, and that's 44 speakers. I've got a little bit more in my system here, way more, but it's still, you got the speaker in a room that's, and so those speakers are going to be a little bit distant away from the side wall, okay, and the ceiling a little bit, and from the floor. So the wavelength, of the certain frequencies can get out, okay. Otherwise, they get compressed. The size of the room changes it a little bit. You take those same speakers, what they got in a IMAX cinema and put them in a regular cinema, not much difference. You take some of the regular speakers that are used in regular cinema and put them in an IMAX cinema. That's why you get, if anyone's looked at the picture of the BFI up at London, they got their brand of, well, IMAX or Sonic. I don't know if they changed them slightly, but they were JBL components used to make those speakers, and I think now they've changed to something else, you know, because they had 18s for their sub bass, which is only and that's only 6 channels: left, center, upper center, right, right surround, left surround, and all that sub bass is taken from those channels, put into the so it's not really generating a true sub bass track. It's only generated from all the other speakers and using a loudspeaker management system sort of thing. Unless, of course, they play 70mm regular 6-track Dolby stereo, which they can. They can do all sorts of formatting up there. And they also have regular JBL cinema speakers that are also in the auditorium. But those speakers look tiny. They look like little bookshelf speaker in a room this size. So you use bookshelf speakers to give it the impression, the illusion, you know. But you got to do a few other things there to, you know. So you don't necessarily need really big speakers in a room. Got a big screen that's bigger than the OLED. Actually, the screen needs to go down to the floor, because that's what they do in an IMAX, isn't it? It goes wall to wall, ceiling, down to the floor. But does it look right? Yeah, it looks odd. It looks like Academy. It looks like Academy ratio on steroids. So all they've taken is Academy ratio and put a magnifying glass on it and zoom it up and sort of thing, because it's got a kind of squarish look. Let me just put one of these on. Let's see what it sounds like. The Dream Alive. Yeah. I think it's the Dream Alive. I think it's the Dream Alive where it's got that sonic boom, kind of, you know. Okay. Need to activate the system. Turn on the surround speakers. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, turned on. And save it. Am I using any audio limiting? It's turned off. Okay, the audio limiting is turned off. It's okay. I'll ride the fader. I'll just ride the fader. And I'll switch over. I'll just check my input level. Yeah, okay. So I'll be using the CP750. Phaser up. Turn that one down. Let's have a look at special feature trailer. I haven't tuned anything up, so everything's all undone. I'll just put a basic EQ filter across A, B, and C. A, B, and C. A, B, and C, yeah. Just put a basic filter across that. Needs to be down about that range there. Take the frequency down a bit. Widen the cube bandwidth out a little bit. Okay, check the output. A, B, C, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, let's adjust that crossover there. Put that off. And then put that one back off. There, keep the crossover range. Okay. So move that out there. There. Okay, check my crossover division. Okay. What's going on there? Turn that on. Damn. Didn't notice that. It's the thing with DSP crossover, you gotta make sure you got your crossover turned on for your HF horns. Otherwise, you put low frequency into it, the diaphragm will get destroyed because of some of the low frequency energy coming, even though it rolls off the frequency, but it's still. Anyway, just run a few rehearsals and played this disc in a while. Also, I need the Dolby Pro Logic active, so. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So this trailer's in. It says it's only 2-channel, but I know it's in 424. Okay. Turn up the sub-bass channel.
The most astonishing film experience you can have is now coming to your home in a new way. Prepare for the ultimate home theater experience.
Limax.
IMAX film.
Limax.
On DVD.
Well, bloody hell, if it was IMAX on DVD, it definitely is Limax. Even if it was on Laserdisc, it's Limax. Come on, it's not on 15 mil, it's not on 70mm 15 perforation. I mean, it's Limax. Personally, I've never been near a Limax with a barge pole, and I would never go near one. Never. I won't go near the BFI. If I was dragged kicking and screaming there, I'll find some way to or on to the ground. No, you'd have to stretch me to go into that bloody, no way, absolutely not. They just show wokeness. It's like that Guardian of the Galaxy rubbish. Oh, was that supposed to be the best movie ever this year? Yeah, and now you look at where it is and playing in the cinema. It's like moved out the big screen down into those little. And that movie's barely been out for what, a month or so? The movies today, seriously, are woke. I got very little DB tolerance to go to a cinema now, because every movie that plays there now is just woke. It's not the biggest, bestest ever. Bloody hell, I'm not even interested in Avatar anymore. Avatar 1 was, it's just a flash in the pan. It was just a fluke. Everyone want to see, I don't fancy want to watch Smurfs and Fern Gully running around. I'd rather watch Aliens, mostly. Let's just play that trailer again.
The most astonishing film experience you can have is now coming to your home in a new way. Prepare for the ultimate home theater experience. IMAX films on DVD.
I'll go over to the feature now. Main menu. And I'll switch from format 75 over to
9, 8, 7, 6,
over to format
3,
I don't know. It should say that format there, but switch over to Dolby Digital. Wow, who would have thought IMAX and a THX? Of course, that wouldn't happen in the BFI. They haven't got a baffle wall. They haven't got the THX thing. I'll be surprised if they even did. So I'll just mute the sub bass and wait till the sonic boom comes in. I'll set the fader there. See what it sounds like. Sound of the birds flying around. Oh look, alligator. DAB. Very large building. Yeah, I could feel that the sonic boom there across the. Okay, I'll turn the LFE on, the sub on. Holy! Oh, damn! That gave me a bit of a jump. That was pretty good. That was good. Oh, mute the LFE. That pressure, that change. So you get a boom, 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 and then there's this kind of wavy movement going through the surround. Wow. Put the LFE back on. or the sub. Put that back on. Wow. Maybe nudge it down a little bit. Nudge it down on the DCX a little bit. Take it down 3 dB. Still pretty good.
Sonic booms just heard at the Kennedy Space Center.
Yep, okay, I got a tally-ho on the Cape. Looking good, Vince. Can hear the wind real loud right now.
At the end of a 3 million mile journey, the space shuttle is coming home.
EQs are looking good, Vince.
The commander has to make a perfect landing now. He has no engines to take him around again.
Boy, I tell you, that's a good one. Yeah, looking good. Okay. Right. Okay, go. Out we go. Here we are, now right. 400. Figure it out. Here's coming. 100, 255. 20 feet at 240. 30 feet at 235. 20 feet at 225. 10 feet at 220. 8 feet at 250.
Wow.
5 feet at 210. 2 feet at 200.
No chapter stops on this. I think some of the laser discs have chapter stops.
Yeah.
They inspect and maintain the more than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat of re-entry. More than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat of re-entry.
Always has that sound.
More than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat of re-entry.
Yeah.
They inspect and maintain the more than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. See what SBL's saying. Okay. Okay. Okay, reverse it. Let's see what I can see. The way that space shuttle was Discovery in the video, in the Discovery, the way it's anchored, suspended. You could just see it just moving a little bit when they got to use these things to close the hatch because it's got no power there to close the landing gear thing up. So they got to push it up. You got to push it up. I can just see that thing just swaying just a little bit. Crikey! You think the weight of the blooming thing and in the VAB. You imagine if that just broke. They're underneath it. They'll get sandwiched. Damn. You gotta have a lot of confidence in some of this stuff. Now I can see other people wearing hard hats and hardly anyone else wearing a hard hat because that's not going to help you if that thing came down on top of you. Oh damn! So big that shuttle is huge. Well, I'm just listening to the way they got the doors where they close the doors. A oomph, a poof, poof, oomph. Yeah, I can sense it there in the sub bass there, with the music as well, and it's just there sort of thing. Very tight tolerance dB in the sub track. Turn the center on. Turn off the surround. That's good. Okay. Left and right only. Yeah, it's just that sub bass level. Okay. Let's play the center on top of it now.
From the heat of re-entry.
Okay. Okay, I saw a signal, nice signal there. Reverse the polarity. Just to double check. I should see a signal only going up to about there. I shouldn't see a signal going up there on the SPL. Maybe. Yeah, just a fraction dB, because there is a difference there in the sound effects mixing. So when they close this hatch on the forward landing gear, there's partly in the mix and the sound in the center channel, and you've got music on left and right music, left, right on the surround, sound effects and such and so forth. There's no music being carried on the center channel, so I can hear partly the hatch being closed in the sub bass with some of the boom, 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 boom of the music in the mix, and I can just sense the track of the tiny dB tolerance, unless you subtract the music, and then you just see partly where it's filtered in the sub bass track channel. That's if it is remixed or whatever. It might be a combination of both. I think it's a combination of everything. and it's just got, because it's got a bit of a weird, you got to get the phasing polarity right, otherwise it doesn't, you know, it lacks the impact. Yeah. Okay, and I can hear it partly, the sound there, so I'll just put the polarity back on the sub. Play that again. That's better. I'll see a nice increase, a bit of an increase. Okay. What if I put the left and right channel on?
The orbiter from the heat of re-entry.
Not too bad. Put the surround on.
More than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat of re-entry.
Oh, I think I'll leave it there, see how it goes.
They watch over the mating of the components, the solid rockets, the massive external tank, and the orbiter.
Have I got my experimental overhead turned on? I think I do. Because I got the I think I turned the amplifiers on. Just check. So I was only going to run certain part of the system. So I'm not playing any Atmos today. I haven't played an Atmos now in probably about 1 month. Yeah, they're all turned on. Yeah, Dolby Atmos has taken a bit of a back seat. You know, there's too many wokey Dolby Atmos movies around today, and I ain't got time. I ain't got time to listen to woke. So, yeah, this IMAX movie is playing in special edition. UCI CIC UCI Tower Park experimental overhead with the size surround. Until I my goodness, get this bloody thing wired back up down there. I could either put its other counterpart, connect it in, the DEQ, I think it's the DEX, whatever it is, it's back there somewhere. It's the trade-off. You see the trade-off, because it was kind of made for the home sort of semi sort of thing. It's got a bit of a trade-off. I don't know why. It's using a cat card 150. I can't understand why it's got a trade-off in the modification, but it's because they were trying to BSing in the marketing with Dolby EX. You know, supposed to use a 4-channel out, a 4-channel, not 3-channel.
They watch over the...
Wow. That's what they got downtown. They got one of these things downtown. No way. Absolutely no way would I go on one of those. I get the idea. Idiot. I get the idea it would be you're on a cable and it would have a suspension sort of thing, and you get, kind of like, that would make me completely uneasy. There's no way would I go on one of those. Absolutely not. So it's interesting looking at all these shacks underneath. All these little shacks, containers that are made into a little home or sort of thing. Wow, that sounds like being on one of those guidelines. Let me have a look, see if there's any sound in the surround. So I've got to check the frequency. Yeah, all the frequency to be all the same. Oh, there's a sound there in the surround. Wow. Okay, let's play that again.
An egress from the orbiter and the possible use of an escape basket. They practice rapid egress from the orbiter and the possible use of an escape basket. In preparation for a potential emergency, they practice rapid egress from the orbiter and the possible use of an escape basket.
Oh, that was pretty cool. Didn't feel like, but the sound of like the alarm and it's like having a sound out in real life and then suddenly does something in acoustic sort of thing, in it. Like, whoa, you think, what the heck was that? But you kind of think the same thing sometimes when a wasp or a bee gets near you, because they sting. A wasp, wasp. Bee, no, you don't squat a bee. Bee, be good. Without the bee, we won't be being around here. We won't be bee talking, without the bee. Wasp, yeah. But you should do that. Yeah, it's like you do that and they go away. As long as you haven't got as long as you're not covered in syrup and jam, those bees, wasps, otherwise they want the well, you don't go running around with jam all over you now, do you? But it's got this sound that's like, whoa, what the heck? Whoa, that makes me flinch. Wow. Water suppression. Oh yeah. And the main engine. SRB in a second, and a boom, boom. Wow, so there's main. That's a good recording. Kind of in psychoacoustic. Wow. Wow, I can really feel that shuttle. Wow. Feel the incline. Wow. Wow. It's only 4.9 on the fader. Wow.
Separation confirmed. Nominal first stage performance. Okay, now.
Wow. There's another space shuttle launching. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, that. Had some good dynamic range on that. Oh.
And here we go.
So we're going swimming on this asteroid?
Maneuvering unit, a one-man spacecraft that will to go.
Wow. Wow. I like that photography with the helicopter. I think that must be a helicopter. Unless it is maybe a small biplane with camera mounting, but it looks like a helicopter. And it's good. It's a nice bit of photography, that. Yeah, it's a helicopter. Just saw the shadow reflection on the ocean. Helicopter. Oh. Wow. Wow.
20 seconds. T-minus 17, 16, 15, 13.
Water suppression.
11, 10. You're full for main engine start. 8.
Wow.
Main engine start.
Wow. 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 Just fade that down a bit. Play that again. Wow. That was pretty that was damn good on the THX sound system. Wow. That's good how the energy build up on the LFE or the subtrap and the screen channel, only running three screen channel, and how it panned them through or went into the surround, and then it kind of gave a sound imaging like almost like a downward and then an upward, so a sort of downward here, and because of the frequency base wave, the way it's changing, and then going in through the surround. Wow, that kind of had a wow, That's damn good. Nice angle photography on that shuttle. The fisheye lens. Wow. How that shuttle just moves a little bit. Flipping that. Wow.
13, 12, 11, 10. Your goal for main engine start, 8.
Wow. Wow.
Good roll, standing by the throttle down for a max kick.
That aerial view.
67%.
The aerial view.
Good roll, standing by the throttle down for a max kick. Throttle's down to 67% to experience from maximum dynamic pressure. Standing by the throttle back up, back to the speed of sound. Go and throttle out. This mission is one for the Guinness Book
Wow.
of Records for the size flight crew aboard. 3,305. That is 5 humans and 3,300 honeybees.
33.
These are part of a student
Wow.
experiment. Their efforts to build a
Zero gravity honeycomb. I wonder if they wonder how far they came on that. That's about the only space shuttle launches in the movie, The Dream Alive. Pretty psychoacoustically mixed and engineer mix, and not too bad. Could be improved a little bit. A few more channels or whatever, but as it goes, wow. On this system, wow. As it's playing, wow, blows Dolby Atmos out of the water. Sorry, Dolby Atmos, you had your chance. How many speakers am I running? Just with this. Let me have a guess. How many are operating at the moment? 5, 10, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh, I lost count. Let me do the count again. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 47, 48, 49. That's 50. I'm running 50 speakers at present. I'm got a whole lot more than that. An average IMAX cinema, they brag 44, so I'm running 50 with that IMAX Dream Alive THX sound system. So I'm using the experimental overhead and the side and the surround. I'll get the other things rigged up, and then the other ones will be all rigged up once I've got those rigged up. Otherwise, they're only reserved 7.1, but I need to get them rigged up before of a Dolby stereo purpose. That's the original mission control, isn't it, at NASA? And all those screens, there's one there, I think, and all these screens up there, and one up there's a video projector, and they're beaming the image down onto the screen. And video projectors have been around for a long time. You think, what is the original? The actual projector or candlelight? Single picture images of such, animated, drawn or whatever, and then candlelight sort of things. Those were the very going back to the late 19th century. I think maybe another things that go back and back and back. It's all got roots that go back. And people today, they all bragging about bloody video projectors and on YouTube and this, that, blah, blah. Bloody hell, they make a bloody big deal out of the whole bloody thing. The bloody technology's been around for decades. Only found a way in the home at a certain period, and that was the most probably. I wouldn't be surprised around about mid or late 1980s in very few homes. Very few, because only the snobby rich people would have those sort of things. Now, they're so common. You can go buy a video projector or a projector less than 100. Use a bit of ingenuity, you can use your bloody smartphone to turn it into, all you need is light and mirror and a lens, and know how to bend and reflect and all the light in there. And, won't be perfect, but hey, how do you think they started out in the first place? It was early days. This footage in space looks, I don't know, it just looks hokey. Because it's so black in space. It just looks like a projected image of the Earth above. But space is bloody black. It's interesting. I haven't got a camera a satellite that's mounted. Well, I won't say mounted. Positioned, geostationary. It'd have to be literally miles, hundreds of miles, 1,000 or so. So it's looking literally down on the Earth in real time, so we can watch it in real time. Space station is too close, so it's only going to see a broad area. Otherwise, space station, is like here, going around the Earth. It's too close. It needs to be a little bit further out, and then you can see maybe have a one above. Well, there is no above in space. There's no side to side, back to front. It's completely weightless, but position. So the Earth, and position one back this distant, and then have another one at that distance. So you can look at underneath and down on the Earth. Two cameras at the same time, or click on one. How come no one's put something like that? They put a Webb bloody telescope up there, and it's only a little bit further distant than Hubble. Doesn't mean it's going to be better. It might have better lenses on it, better blah, 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 blah. Still, Hubble's pretty good as it goes. You know, otherwise, you put a camera or something out there a little bit more further out into what maybe in our solar system, a little bit further in, doesn't mean it's going to get a better picture. One thing is, the more further it's out, the more the less chances of it being serviced. Because so it goes, you know, I'm sure they got that in mind, that all planned out. I mean, you can't easily go out and service a web. Yeah. But it just looks so, you know, because it's so pitch black out there. Of course, you see stars, but you can't see the stars because they're probably the camera iris or something on the what's it is not adjusted. But we're down on here on Earth, and you put the camera exposure time, take a picture, and then you're looking, wow. You know, you look at it on the OLED and you think, wow, look at all those stars. And yeah, I can only see that much proportion with my eye. And after it's taken the picture, I'm seeing that much proportion percentage. You know, I'm seeing that tiny percentage with my eye, given some of the light distance in there. But there's a lot out there. And then I take a picture, and then I'm seeing that much more percentage. And like, wow. You go into space, bloody hell. Everywhere you turn, look, it's just going to be freaking stars. Not just going to be up there, because we're down here and we see it up there. Or do we? They're down in Australia, held by gravity, and the Earth's turning, hold everything in, the water, everything, and we're up here and they're down there, and they see a different star field. At night, they see a different star field when we see a different star field up here until it moves around, and then we see it. Wow. Yeah, that I know this image here. I know it's just I don't know. It just looks hokey about it. Here we go, conspiracy theory. You know, the way the tip of the shuttle tail wing here, down to a bit of this satellite solar panel here, down to the edge of the wing on the shuttle, and then it just looks hokey. I mean, it looks like it was blue screened in a swimming pool, and they're not really putting things in space. It's difficult to comprehend the whole thing, mate. And let me play it. And this, I don't know, I'm seeing a little shimmering in the image. Or, I don't know, it's hard to take it in, really. I think these are light systems inside the shuttle bay that turn on. This is hard to take it all in. Only a few percentage. Only a tiny percentage have gone into space. So if that's the whole percentage on the planet, it's this teeny little fraction percentage down there that's ever been into space. Gosh. Yeah. Work in space.
First step.
That's pretty wild. There's so many things to look on a space shuttle launch. So many dynamic things when the vapor, the plume, is being projected out from the shuttle, and the way the energy is forcing and blowing and kind of pushing and pulling the energy. I don't think you want to be anywhere near that. You get knocked off your socks. Yeah, well, your socks will be totally knocked off. It can knock you over, that would. And then you'd be laying on the ground. You've got to lay down on the ground. You can't stand up when that thing, because the force of it, the energy, I'd imagine it will just knock you over. So you got to lay down, You got to be totally crackers, mind you, to be even that near. And they wouldn't even let you be that near. The cameras, yeah. It's interesting watching that energy coming out. And that's a lot of, think of that, sub-base. That is a lot. That's like that shuttle is a tremendous amount of just trying to think. I don't know, what can I do with my smoke machine? I mean, so many things I can do with it, and so many things I can't do with it. Oh, it's not plugged in. Is that free? That's a free pen. Let's see what I can generate. does it. It's not ready yet. Not ready yet. That's a bit of an aft downward angle on that show. Is there another view? Oh yeah, there's the other one that's a bit more wider angle, daytime. That's that one.
The flight crew has been training at Johnson Space Center near Houston. Now they've come here to Florida to take part in a dress rehearsal with the launch team.
Go wait until the thing's ready. Oh, it's ready now.
Possible use of an escape basket.
Got 4 good HPUs, 4 good. I got the whole picture up.
No, that's a space shuttle. That's a space shuttle THX launch. Bit of smoke in the room. Not quite like the plume effect of the vapor plume effect that the shuttle puts out, because it puts out a specific signature. Puts out a specific signature. I wonder if it's always the same. So if the camera's in the same position, you know, it's not like it's going to say duplicate the same pattern, but more or less the similarity of the when it's still held down, when the arms are still holding it clamped down on the pad, while the energy's kind of pushing out one other direction, and it kind of looks like it's pushing it out and then pulling it back in, pushing out and pulling back in, because the energy. Maybe if I put a smoke machine inside the sub-bass speaker, so that it would only come out through the airport, but it's only going to do that. It's random at certain frequencies. And of course, the SRBs, they're firing downward. You could have downward subs. You could have a cylindrical sub, the sonar tube one, and have them like SRBs, put them down the side of the room so the energy goes downward, and have some smoke machine rigged in, so when they do all the sub-bassing, and they have the smoke coming out. It's still around the room. Still around the room it is. Move it around, wave it around. If I wave it with the cam, I'll sit and wave it. Yeah, move it around. Blow on it. It's got some very unusual fine detail in the vapor, the smoke, and the patterns. I think I got the window open, yeah. That's enough smoke. Not doing laser smoke effect today. I'll turn on that because there's so much in the air. It'd be the sensor on it. So it'll vent through the window. Vent through the window. Wow. Enough of that. Put something else on. Put something else on. Wow. That's a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke, that. Generate smoke in the room, and it takes about 40 minutes to completely settle until you don't notice it. Yeah. It's like a vapor of mist at the moment. It's about that. Yeah. Let's turn those surround off. Okay. Save. Let's turn the fader down on that. Turn the sub bass off. Okay. Oh, no, don't get no. That's not too bad, plus or minus. How many dB plus or minus? Tolerances are getting short. Getting the tolerances short. That's a bit peaky. 4.69 kilohertz. No, not almost out of PEQ. Just not enough. I can hear a small portion when adjusting the frequency range and subtracting some of the frequencies that are peaking a little bit higher than the other frequency range. I can detect by several dB that had to be reduced. I can sense that being subtracted. Six point five 6.51 kilohertz. Need a narrow Q bandwidth on it. Okay, that's not too bad. Four point 4.64, 4.67. It's a bit tricky, that one. Just wondering if I should move the microphone a little bit, whether I might be getting a false peak reading, or and just microphone's only a fraction away from the screen. If I go a little bit closer to the screen, it does all sorts of things like it's the same thing when you sat in the seat, move forward, move back, move forward, move back. You get that effect. Side to side. And if the camera's picking up, get that effect. Of course, when the camera was this was facing this way, that's the same thing. I get that whooshy effect because this boundary, there's something there in front of me, and it's making that whooshy effect, compressing the wave of the sound and expanding, compressing, expanding, moving. Okay, that tolerance there. Okay, it's not perfect flat because I haven't got enough PEQ filters, but let's put the other channels up and see if I can get them lined up more or less similar, even though it's very difficult. I'll just put that up one more time. Okay. Let's adjust it. Six up there. That's on the base. So that channel. There. Come on. There. 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 Come. That one's going to be a bit difficult. Point 1.36 kilohertz. That's not too bad. Only 4 PEQ filters left. Not enough. No, I might be able to beat it. Just beat it with FBQ. Thing is, would I get too dependent on using too many of the narrowband frequency Q bandwidth? Or use it at a regular kind of similar-ish to the Behringer DCX standard sort of narrow, and then you can widen the bandwidth. But I'd have 20 band for the HF horn, which, mind you, is not too bad considering the narrowband PEQ filters on a Dolby CAT card 64B, say ranging from about 500 hertz, typically for around about the HF horn range, even though it's doing the overall full range for the bass and the, if I were to say average 500, 5, 6, 8, 1, 1.2, 1.6, 2, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 8, 10, 12, 16. So that's 50. It's 10, that's 16. 16 bands, PE, that's 16 bands I could use, plus the treble. That could be adjusted. So that's about 17 roughly. That's 17. 18, 19, 20. Or maybe about 4, because I'd be subtracting minus the treble. It's just a few bands difference if I use an FBQ for the HF horns. I've tried using them before, but they connected up differently before. I was getting quite a lot of hiss. I don't think I'll get too much of that now because everything's running XLR plus, ground positive and negative, so minimize the hiss noise so the cancelling and get signal through. I don't need a PEQ on that. Not a bad thing, that frequency peaking, but let's just bring that down. But if I use a FBQ daisy chain, channel A into channel B, then I get 40 PEQ filters. So I could use a little bit of wide and very narrow to go on problematic frequencies that I could adjust, but that's still not enough. That's still not enough there, because they need to be all individually very narrow frequency and go in like sewing. You got a fine needle and a fine thread. That's like a frequency. Making a blanket or something, knitting. You know, the cord, knitting. The wool's a bit thicker. You go to sewing, and the thread is finer. That's like a narrow band frequency that needs to be adjusted. That makes up the whole range. They need to be individually adjusted. Otherwise, too much wide Q bandwidth, yeah. But it's just not enough PEQ. But I can tackle some of it, and then I'll give it a listen and see what it sounds like. Like I've done this before. Oh, you've done this before, and always got a good result. But then I need the other microphone back here to look at, you know, what it looks like. So I'm looking at it close, and then look at it back here, which is a bit distant, further. You know, it's like the light that travels the universe, and then we see it. It's like the sound that travels from the speaker over to here. It's taken time, milliseconds of time to get here, and I need to see what the result looks like, because I haven't got enough, because I certainly wouldn't have enough PEQ filter to correct. If they, you know, I should I or shouldn't I? So if I correct it up there, then that's okay. If it looked a little bit weird back here, then that's something to do with the room. Of course, the test has to be done outdoors, away from boundaries, and then see what the speaker looks like. Okay, so yeah, that. Okay, now let's equalize it, get it flat. And then have another microphone further back. How does it look? Providing there's no boundary surf, there's no objects in the way to, you know, because even if I move my hands here, I can hear the sound of the pink noise going whoosh, 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 whoosh. That's because I'm putting something up there, sounds going against it and disturbing the particles. You can easily see this sometimes with a sine wave tone, and then just move something around in the room, and you can see that sine wave tone going up and down because there's something moving around in the room, and the tone is being disturbed by the. So there it is. Is it 12 point? Let's just bring that down a bit. Got 2 PEQ filters left. That range has got a bit of a dip. It's a bit wide-ish. Yeah, I'll put a PEQ filter in there and just bring it up a little bit. $981. That's close. See if that cube bandwidth's wide enough. Widen it out a little bit. bit more. Okay. Maybe put another filter down there. I've only got one filter left. Some Well, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. Just run out of PEQ filters to address maybe what have we got here? What have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe if I had another 14 PEQ filters, I could just daisy chain A, B, and A and B together with FBQ and maximize 40, because the HF is pretty critical to, or pretty paramount to localizing sound, but you can still localize it in the bass. So it gets down to a certain low frequency where it's okay. Let's go to the next channel. Let's see if I can get this tuned. Let's put a high frequency boost on the high highs. Put a filter in there and boost it up. Be a little bit more even. Okay, let's put some frequency cut. Okay. Got add and take away. Six 6.4. Three 3.49. $2.75. Seven. So that's a bit problematic there. 4.64. Yes. To 1.34. Alright, give that a listen.
Your superior intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. You do not need to defeat him again.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. Ah,
You do not need to defeat him again.
he tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase.
You do not need to defeat him again.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him.
You do not need to defeat him again.
He
5. You have proved your superior intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. We have escaped permanent exile on SETI Alpha 5. You have proved your superior intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. We have escaped permanent.
Put an ABC across the screen channel.
Alpha 5. You have proved your superior intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. You do not need to defeat him again.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr.
Flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. Space Station
Flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course. The Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flame.
intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. You do not need to defeat him again.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond.
Prepare to alter course.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in.
Flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course. Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course. Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. It's no use. There's no response from Regular 1.
This is Damage. Yellow alert. Energize defense fields.
I'm getting a voice message. They say their chambers coil is overloading their comm system.
Spock.
Scanning. Yellow alert.
Energize defense fields.
I'm getting a voice message. They say their chambers coil is overloading their comm system.
Spock.
Scanning. The coil emissions are normal.
They still haven't raised their shields.
Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock faces and target.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Fire!
Wow.
Coil emissions are normal.
They still haven't raised their shields.
Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock faces and target.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Fire!
Their shields are going up.
Lock faces and target.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Fire!
Phases.
Raise shields.
Phases.
Raise shields.
Phases.
Phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Fire! I can't get power signal. Scotty!
Mr. Scott on the screen.
We're just hanging on, son.
Energizers out! Try auxiliary power!
Damage report.
They knew exactly where to hit us.
Who knew where to hit us? And why?
One thing is certain. We cannot escape on auxiliary power.
Visual. Zulu, divert all power to phasers.
Cannot escape on auxiliary power.
Visual.
Who knew where to hit us? And why?
One thing is certain. We cannot escape on auxiliary power.
Visual. Zulu, divert all power to phasers.
Too late.
Hang on!
On screen, sir.
You still remember, Admiral. I cannot help but be touched. I, of course, remember you.
What is the meaning of this attack? What is the meaning of this attack? The meaning of this attack?
You still remember, Admiral. You still...
Yeah, just occurred to me. Some of the music in Wrath Khan sounds a bit like a little bit-ish to Last of the Mohicans. Just a few of the musical notes. It sounds a bit like a little bit like Last of the Mohicans.
You still remember.
Quoting regulations.
Meantime, let's find out how badly we've been hurt.
And Space Lab Regular 1.
Space Station Regular 1, this is the Starship Enterprise. Please come in. Space Station Regular 1, do you read? Space Station Regular 1, this is Enterprise. Please acknowledge. This is Enterprise. Do you read me? Space Station Regular 1, do you read? Please come in. There's no response, sir.
Sensors, Captain.
Scanners and sensors are still inoperative. There's no way to ascertain what's inside the station.
No way of telling if Reliant is still in the area.
Precisely.
What do you make of that planetoid beyond?
Regular is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And Reliant. What do you make of that planetoid beyond?
Regular is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And Reliant could be hiding behind that rock.
A distinct possibility.
Is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And the line could be hiding behind that rock.
A distinct possibility. It is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And what do you make of that planetoid beyond?
Regular is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And the line could be hiding behind that rock.
A distinct possibility. It is Class D. It consists of various unremarkable ores, essentially a great rock in space.
And the line could be hiding behind that rock.
A distinct possibility.
Engineering. Mr. Scott, you have enough power for transporters?
Barely, sir.
He didn't. Did you?
It's even harder than you think, Doctor. Please, don't move.
Check.
I'm sorry. Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
You have done well.
See, even Khan's a THX listener. He's been earwigging on the whole conversation.
Have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
You have done well. Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
You have done well. Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
You son of a bitch! Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed.
You have done well.
You son of a bitch!
Wow.
I have indeed, Captain.
You have done well. Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
Sorry. Your Excellency, have you been listening?
I have indeed, Captain.
You have done well.
You son of a bitch!
Don't move, anybody! Captain. We are waiting.
What's the delay?
All is well, sir. You have the coordinates to beam up Genesis.
First things first, Captain.
Kill Admiral Karak.
Sir, it is difficult. I try to obey, but kill him.
Kill him, Kirill, now!
God's sakes. What is it?
Con, bloodsucker. You're gonna have to do your own dirty work now. Do you hear me? Do you?
Yes, you're still alive, my old friend.
Kirk, you're still alive, my old friend. Still old friend. You've managed to kill just about everyone else, but like a poor marksman, you keep missing the target.
Perhaps I no longer need to try.
No, that's how I can't take it. Come. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive. Buried alive.
This is Lieutenant Savick calling Enterprise. Can you read us? This is Lieutenant Savick calling Enterprise. Can you read us?
He's coming around.
Huh? Can you read us? It's no use, Admiral. You're still jamming on channels.
If Enterprise followed orders, she's long since gone. If she couldn't obey, she's finished.
So are we, it looks like.
I don't understand. Who's responsible for all this?
Yeah.
Who is Khan?
Well, it's a long story. We appear to have plenty of time.
Ah, okay.
Is there anything to eat? I don't know about anybody else.
No! You'll flood the whole compartment.
Sir, he's dead already.
It's too late.
Surrounds turned on. How am I muted? Yeah, I'm muted. Okay, turned off. So it's back on. Wow. Wow, the surrounds feel like a rocket launcher. Wow, so the surrounds on this THX are really, they can rumble. Depending on the mix, depending on the film mix.
No! You'll flood the whole compartment to die. Sir, he's dead already. It's too late. Spock! Ship. Out of danger.
Yes.
Ship. Out of danger.
Yes.
Don't grieve. It's logical. The needs of the many outweigh
The needs of the few.
or the one. I never took a cold the Hashimoto test. Until now. What do you think of my solution? Spock. I have been, and always shall be, your friend. Live long and prosper. No. Space, the final frontier.
Wow. Wow.
Space, the final frontier. These are the continuing voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Her ongoing mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life forms and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Oh, what an ending. What a flipping ending. Wow, that's how you end a Star Trek movie. Wow, that's cool. And all I need is a projection system literally going everywhere. And I'll see those stars down that way. I'll see it that way, that way, that way, that way. That's cool the way the camera moves around. Kind of like gravity. If you're tracking everything, where the planet's moving away, I know it's tracking along, going along round and going until it comes at a position where it's somewhere over that position, but it's off camera. Wow. Wow. what's going on in the surround. Bit of low bass there, and ding, ding, ding. So if I get experimental overhead on the ceiling and the side, and then I'll just need to complete the floor bill, and then this bit here would have a very good sort of sounding ending. It's like, yeah, how many stars? Gosh, like that's like a speaker. Okay, the atmosphere they say, what was it 64 channels, 121 or 128 object. What do you think of that, Bear? It's like if I count all the fur, the little bit of fur on you, all the little bit of fur, all the little strand of fur. Yeah, it'd be in the millions, literally. I think a million or so, literally. And I need 20,000 PEQ filters per channel, per channel, per channel, per channel, per channel, per channel. So that's having a box to literally cover roughly around about 20,100 PEQ bands that could be used. Narrow band Q bandwidth, or widen it depending on the frequency measurement and how much may need to be applied and subtracted, or maybe some gain level just adjusting, and then subtraction of frequency until it's flat, because it's flat perfect on an amplifier, because it isn't going airborne. Once it goes into a speaker, which isn't perfect even when it's measured. I'm going to try to put something around the speaker to dampen it. So a microphone inside the HF horn. There. Oops. Come out the room, Bear. Microphone. So put a microphone inside the horn, and then get something like a towel, and just anything, blanket, boom, and then cover the outside, so no sound would get. So the only sound that's going to be picked up by the microphone, and the sound won't go out of that. It'll still be heard a little bit, but it won't be, because if sound's moving very fast, let me think. So if I had the horn, the HF horn, on the test bench and put the microphone near to the front of the horn, near to the front opening, and then have a piece of cardboard, something large behind it, and then purposely would move that piece of cardboard back and forth to see if I can see any change in the frequency. If I see any change, then I know the sound is still, it goes to the microphone and it passes the microphone, obviously, because I can still hear it. You can still hear it. Anyone can still hear it. So it's passing out. Okay, so if I see any of that, then I know, yeah. And I might try something like a sine wave, a steady tone, and then move the cardboard around. And if I can see anything like waving around on the RTA display, if I can see the tone, say 500 Hz, and if I can see it moving up and down, then I know the cardboard is disturbing the air particle. And even though So, yeah. But, this. So what to use? What to use it? What to use? What to connect up? I don't know. Dozens of things. The audio. Wow. 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 I could play that over and over. Because the more I see a two-dimensional image, the more I hear a three-dimensional sound. The more and more I'm way ahead of everyone else. If I only had a big home, not to have a big enough screen or anything, but I could experiment a heck of a lot more with the sound. Because I've got very limited here to what I could do with tuning frequency, sub-bassing, speaker crossover. If I was on a floor level where I could put speakers literally underneath, and then obviously maybe like a room within a room, so there's something above as well. You obviously have a doorway entrance, obviously, because how do you get into the room? Anechoic chambers. You walk in and you're suspended on a metal frame, and there's all that, all this treatment, obviously a lot thicker than that. That's only 1 inch. When you got things that are literally sometimes wider than I can go, wider than the camera can't see much. But when you got material that might be 4 or 5 feet long, wedge shaped fiberglass, whatever materials, so when the sound frequency hits the peak up here, and then as it travels down, it gets absorbed, and some of that material's got to be really long to do dampening for low frequencies. I imagine an anechoic with Star Trek 2 ending, with the special edition speakers. So make the surround channel literally overhead, side, and below and back, all playing the same sound signal all at the same time. That would be a bubble of sound, immersive storytelling. Not this bullshit happens every bloody time they have a woke bloody Marvel movie, DC woke, and bloody all this superhero wokeness. We're telling this galaxy of the Avenger with the immersive storytelling. Yeah, best ever. Yeah, right, sure. And then the movie does what? It peaks for about a week and a bit, and then it just frizzles. It fades away like something insignificant. And yet, if it was Star Wars, little movie, little budget, boom. Started small, actually. And it didn't pick up until about a week or two into it, the second week or something. The word got around. It just went like, well, like the flu. Yeah, it just spread. It just went. People curious, sci-fi community curious, fantasy people curious. It just went, yeah. And that lasted for nearly, months, half a year, almost a year, if not a year. If not a year. You get this wokeness today, Atmos, and it's all powerful channels, and yet it does a little, and then it frizzles away. I mean, if they do a proper Atmos mix, it's got to be going from scratch. Keep the original element, keep the original integrity of everything. But if it were instruments moving around or whatever on the surrounds, as well as overhead, and I think they should trade off some of those channels that they use for Atmos and use it for below surround. They should trade off something because they're using far too much of it along the sidewalls. That's been done. You could put bigger speakers along the sidewalls and do all that, or trade off something for below surround. At least a multi below surround, because it's otherwise Atmos is just woke. It's just complete bloody woke. And I can make a system way better than my Atmos system. It's like 32 channels and dividing it into groups, like how many channels go around this area, and then up here, and then down here. Otherwise, I hear the horns there. I hear it around this plane level because I know where their position is, and some of it on the ceiling and coming down. But of course, I've got the side surrounds on. I need to turn those off. Got to go into the computer. Oh yeah, the sound is off there because it's on HDMI. Bloody slow. Bloody slow opening this Architect. I can see the channel's active. Okay, let's turn them off. Mute those channels. And just the overheads, just the UCI, just the CIC UCI or Odeon Gaumont experimental overhead surround is active at the moment. Pretty good, pretty cool. I'll need a little bit more power on it. But that's you can't just think I need to add more power. It's got to be calculated. It's got to be calculated very carefully. It's got to be calculated electronically. RTA frequency electronically, double check, maybe a voltmeter. You know, it's got to be checked so everything's all, you know, adjusted. And if I want to add more boost, I'll add a bit more boost, because I know if I put it back to 0 default mode, everything's back to normal. If I want to enhance it, then I'll just add a little, or I can add some. I'm gonna need a bigger DCX, because even though I'm in 5.1 mode on the RCA on me, and I'm running through the that's connected to operate on Dolby Stereo on the surround output. I would need another one connected into the system just specifically to handle the outputs going to the Dolby SA10 in the kitchen. Dolby S1, Dolby Air. I need to have control. I need to add DSP control, even though their EQ on the SA10s are adjusted. I need to have I need to set that all. Yeah, I need to do it differently. So I got better control. Otherwise, yeah, I need to make another system connection with the THX. So when I put the frequency level up on the screen, I need to divert the overhead surround signal, or the signal from the amplifiers for the overhead, and divert that into the THX so I can level match the overall. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 speakers running simultaneously at the moment. I'll turn the level up. See if I can go here. Mute the surround. Another way to cut round corner to level check matching is the Crown Architect with their level meters, the VU meters. Problem there. Need need to fix the other one. Need to get the other one fixed, and it's only 8 channels, and I'm running 9 at the moment. Otherwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've always run 6 on the overhead and keep the other ones turned off in the middle. Keep those ones turned off. Or add on a few more. Oh, a few more. So 16 overhead. That's been done. It's been done. I need to focus on the. I need to focus a little bit more on the floor below surround. How to get the signal in there? How to get the signal down there? I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if that's possible or doable. Because if I put the, is it in what mode at the moment on the DAW SA10? It's in standard operating mode. Okay. If I activate the matrix, I was thinking of, I need to generate something into the surrounds I need to do a diagram because this is really complicated. This is bloody complicated. No, I don't need to draw it. I don't need to draw it. Probably need to say, let's see. I need to have one part of the surround signal in stereo going plus signal, and then I have another one that's the same surround signal in stereo, be a stereo whatever, but that module. So I've got one module to do positive and the other module to do negative. I just reverse the polarity, and when the two come together, and the decoder in, it will see the positive signal, let that signal go there, and the other part of the decoder ring will see the negative signal, and the signal will go the other way. Yeah, it's complicated, that. That is complicated. So it's basic math or theory or whatever. So I get one module to do positive and the other module to do negative. And then the matrix decoder will see the signal, and boom, I will get the signal going below. But the trouble there is I've got to have it amplified. The below surround, it's only going on to individual. I've got to get those onto individual channels because they're only running a mono matrix below surround. So if I use regular surround mode, positive signal and then negative signal. Could I beat this using I don't know, a Behringer DEQ? I've got to do some thinking on this because it's pretty complicated. But it takes my home cinema, my home THX cinema, raising the bar a little bit more, where other home cinemas have to meet that standard. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Why didn't I think of that idea a couple of months ago or a year ago? That's not a bad idea. It's brilliant. Now I've got to find the time and put it into practice to see if it actually works. Because that is pretty complicated. So that's 2 pairs of stereo signal surround on top of each other. And one part of the signal is positive and the other is negative. So when it gets to the decodering, it should see it. It should see what's going on. Or make something that is maybe just simply using this Behringer. Maybe using that. Maybe just as simple as that. I mean, that wouldn't require too much overdoing everything with such complexity. I could just fit one of those in. It's just we've got to rewire the below surrounders. It's got to rewire them so they're on their own amplifier for left to right. So stereo. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, isn't it? And then 8, I think. Was it 9, 10, 11? Yeah, there's 11 of them. So I might have to subtract some trade off. Crikey, that's complicated. That's complicated. Over and over. Let's turn one of the other surrounds on. So I'm unmuting on the crown, turning one of the other channels on. I'll mute that. I can sense it reversing polarity. I can sense, because one of the side surrounds back there is turned on with the overhead, so I'll mute it, turn it off. Let's turn this one on up here. Don't notice it too much. It's there, it's turned on, it's active. Okay, turn the other one on. Notice that. Okay, turn the other one on. Turn that one on. Interesting reversing polarity. That's interesting. Have I got any signal delay on these, I think? See if I've got any signal delay turned on. Might be turned off. Yeah, it's turned off there. Just check that one. So I don't want any signal delay. If I want to, I don't want it. Just got to make sure it's all off. Yeah, it's off. So if I turn something on and then added some signal delay, it's just shifting the frequency and delaying, holding back some frequency. Otherwise, it's all turned off. Let's turn them all on. Let's turn all the side on. That's drawing a bit of attention. Okay, let's have a look. Input 4, channel 4. Channel 4, channel 4. Let's have a go with that. Let's try that. I should do something, or maybe it might, maybe not work. Okay. Well, what am I going on that? I want to go back and use the other one. Where is it? Level input. Come on. Okay, let's see what that sounds like. Wow. Oh, that cools down, that does. Not so much as what I was hoping for there. Okay, let's put that back to normal polarity. I can hear it in the mix. Let's see. I wonder if I could do that with EQ. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible to do that. Yeah. Not sure if there's anything around that you can buy that's off the shelf, but can modify something, put it together, and apply that. It's possible to do that. Might have something there with it. I don't know. I have to give that keep that under my hat. Why can't I just take that combination of channel 7 and 8, get the other channels blended onto channel 7 and 8? Only if I connect up the inputs on the I'll do it with that box there. Got to take the surround output. I've got to connect onto the SA10, and then the output connect onto the back onto the but what surround output do I use? On the side surround, do I use channel 1? Do I use surround 1, surround 2, or surround 3? Trying to remember which one to use, one of the others, because one of them, just trying to think which one to use, and then connect those to 1, 2, 3, or just channel 1. And then that will still connect into the SA10. Because the storm audio, not even a turn off. I don't think there's not even I don't think any AVR, no consumer AVR can do the same functionality of like a Dolby SA10, because they don't have that. They don't have that thing built into these things. And you thought this Trinov and Storm, can it do it all? No, it can't. Can't do it all. That's why you got to add on something else. Think you can add duplicate channel in the Storm and duplicate. So if I want a duplication on the back, but it's a theater mode. It'd be called a theater mode, and I'd have to select that theater mode to mimic. I'm not sure if it can, because I've never programmed it to see if it can do that. And it'll only be able to do one function. Won't be able to do a function like an SA10. Wow. Audio limiting. I'll try some audio limiting now, see what I can do. Wow. Of course, I'm increasing the signal and the noise because I'm running on our RCA analog. Okay. Let's back that off a bit. Let's get a bit of hiss, a bit of noise, because it's not on the HDMI. Strange that the noise level goes on there. Got some other cable to connect up. Oh, I don't know if that will make it or improve. It's something to do possibly because it's going RCA and I've not got the positive negative connection. They should have on these things. They should have put well, there won't be enough. I don't know enough space extra 8-channel input, be it RCA phono or XLR. Might as well just have XLR because you can use adapters to connect onto, and then just have positive and ground signal, positive and ground, or just do it with a DB25. DB25 takes up less space, and it's the same function. Does the same function, and just have one of those connected. Have an internal balanced input. Otherwise, it's only got, I think, spare a few other channels just to use for. I think it's just stereo XLR in. He's something to sort of filter the signal, filter the noise, and allow the signal to pass through. Okay. Let's see, maybe improve it in the low end. Just want to improve it in the low end. bit and enhance it. That's an improvement. sounds a bit like Lawrence of Arabia there. It's just like a little bit in the cue there. Sounded a bit like Maurice Dura, Lawrence of Arabia. Just a little bit, if maybe altered slightly. Okay. Let's try that again. Take a bit of the level off the audio limiting. Let's try something else. Wow. Let's put some audio limiting on there. Wow. Wow. It was like an earthquake. Blimmin' ambience on that Reliant, blimmin' that. It was like it's got an earthquake going on it. And he cut from Reliant to Enterprise, the different sounds and the sound of the acoustical. Wow, that's a bit of a rumble. Wow. Oh, that's a heck of an improvement. I tell you. Oh, flipping that. I think ease it down a bit because it's pretty high that. But that's a bit of enhancement in the low end on the surrounds. Yeah. Try doing that spare change. You got one what are those surround speakers cost you? 1,600 for a pair of speakers. For 1,000 that much, I'd expect a heck of a lot of output from it. That was quite a lot of bass. That was a heck of a lot of bass mid. Oh, so enhance it with a band pass, low pass filter. Give the bass a rise. And then also dial in some audio limiters, so not to be careless. So when there's a rare, very high peak signal in, audio limiter won't allow it to go any higher because, that was playing higher than what I've had it before. And it can go a lot more than that. It can do a lot more than that, but it will have limitations. But that was pushing it almost. Because the sound of that reliant rumbling, it sounded like an earthquake. But if all those elements are there in the mix, then they'll be reproduced. Wow. Wow. Feels like being on the Enterprise there. Wow, feels like being on the Enterprise. Only in a JBL THX cinema. Because as Mr. Scott said in Star Trek, Scott to bridge, engineering to bridge, engineering to bridge, Spock here. Mr. Scott, Mr. Spock, the ship feels wrong. Feels, Mr. Scott. I know it doesn't make sense, but the feel is wrong. I got a good feel of that into engineering. It's almost reaching down to the floor because the speakers are attached to the sidewall, partly some of the sidewall and back wall, and on the ceiling. So that's a good sound. That's a good sound, that. You got that alarm sound. Beep, beep, beep. Radiation levels. Should be able to get that Wow. Wow. Distant rumbles. It seemed like they're that way. There's sound up there, round this, round that. Wow. Wow. And it cuts to the exterior of outer space. And there's less rumble. This is on the bridge, the Reliant. And then cuts back to the Enterprise. It's got a deeper, different sound signature sound on its different signature sound. It's clever the sound editors were thinking that, the designer, You know, the Reliant should have a different signature sound, and Enterprise should have a different signature sound. So, you know, if the audience is listening, you know, they'll say, yeah, you know, oh, that's the Reliant, and oh, that's the Enterprise. You know, when maybe not looking at the screen, you know, you think, oh, does that sound Reliant? Oh, because it's got a different sound, different signature sound. Wow, that Enterprise bridge rumbles. So I'll just back it off. So I know it's doable. Full stop. Z minus 10,000 meters. Standby photon torpedoes. Wow. That's not really going or descending. There's no up or down or side to side in outer space. Wow. Flipping that. Oh, I can sense that pressure change on the surrounds. Oh, wow. I can feel the static energy in a vacuum. Wow. Wow. I only noticed or felt any of that at the Empire Leicester Square. Flipping heck. Oh, that's an airbuster, that is. That is an airbuster. Oh. That is an airbuster, that. Wow. Just having to think there. Wow. Holy fuck. Wow. Whoa. God, it's like being on an aeroplane. Oh. Oh, it's like being on an aeroplane. Just back it off a bit. It can do it. It can do it. I don't really think, I don't think many people have had JBL 8330s have even put it through their potential. Most that buy them probably maybe only been to maybe a regular cinema. Have not experienced it, in a THX cinema. Yeah, and all THX cinemas built equal, designed equal, whatever. Empire was special. It was special case. Still is. You're talking about a large auditorium. It's got a sound system that's, this, that. It's got to really prove that. And boy, wow, did it? Wow. I think what they must have had back then to use was pretty good. Wow, that Enterprise on the surround. Wow. 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 I mean, this just gets wow every second. Wow, 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 wow. And the mixing and the sound effects and such, and it's way better than the woke of Star Trek Into Darkness. That's just woke. It's just cringe-worthy. And it's one of those Star Treks forgotten about now. Just forgotten about. I mean, those new Jar Jar Star Trek ARAM things were just like the imposter, like in where Captain Kirk gets split in two. And you got an evil Captain Kirk, and you got still the good Captain Kirk. But you got this imposter. And that's what those other versions of Star Trek were. Imposter version. Mm. Wow. Brilliant. Could be improved a bit more, because I know the potential is there and it can be easily improved. Something like an channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then go 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. DC axis. It's doing the same thing on nothing, but there's no overrule. It's something that's got. Something with A, B, C, D, F. G, H, I, J. K. Something with individual EQ, and then something that does the overall. So I can put a filter in on the whole lot and then bring it down for a bit more smoothness. Wow. Oh, those doors open pretty good. But there'd be more back there. These doors would be a bit more behind me. But wow. Massive. Massive storytelling. I might as well just call this system Dolby Atmos Stereo, or Dolby Stereo Atmos, or because it can do it all. You go to all the other home theaters around, a lot of them, and all they can do is just Dolby Atmos. They can't do Dolby Stereo, which is a damn shame, really, because Dolby Stereo is pretty damn good immersive sound.
First two full-length features, essentially. Even though Killer's Kiss is technically much shorter, it's still his first feature, technically. Now we have the Universal standard letterbox release of Spartacus, the 1999 restored version by James Katz and Robert Harris. Anyway, so it's CLV. It has the restored mix as Dolby Stereo Surround as digital PCM. As far as the sound is concerned, they did two versions. They did one for the 70mm prints of the restoration that had as much of the traveling dialogue that they actually has an enormous amount of dimensional dialogue where it follows the characters across the screen. There's even sequences where one character will be talking to another in a two-shot, and their voice will be coming from the left side. And then in the reverse shots, their voice is all of a sudden coming from the right side because they're now on the right side because it's the reverse shot. So that confused a lot of people, and a lot of home systems at the time, especially in the early 90s, weren't able to keep up with that with the Dolby matrixing system in the early days of ProLogic. So they made a custom mix for homes and television areas and stuff. So that's what you get on here. That's what was on the Criterion CAV release as well. And then the Criterion DVD got a 5.1 remix that brought in a bit more of the directional dialogue. But it wasn't until the new Blu-ray with the new 7.1 mix that faithfully recreates all of the directional dialogue and the entire full 5 front channel stereo width. If you have a proper home theater setup, and you have 7.1. If you listen to the new Blu-ray of Spartacus, you'll actually hear two extra phantom channels in the front. So you'll have your left speaker, your center channel, and your right speaker. But if they're set up correctly, you'll be able to hear phantom image, those original two speakers that created the full 5-channel 70mm 5-channel across the front stage. So you have left, center, right, center, and right. And
So it might not be up 2100. Up to 2200. That's daylight. Might not be there. Oh, you are there. Might not be in the basement.
And it's actually beautifully done. You'd almost think you had 5 speakers across the front. But anyway, center, right center, and it's actually beautifully done. You'd almost think you had 5 speakers across the front. But anyway, for laser, this is a very good transfer. It's a little on the soft side. It's not as good as the Criterion CAV because, you know, this is CLV and it was Universal doing their own without any special features just to, you know, make their, it was actually beautiful. Sent 2 speakers that created a phantom imaged right speaker. But if they're set up correctly, you'll be in the front. So you'll have your left speaker 7.1. If you listen to the new Blu-ray of Spartacus, you'll actually hear and the entire full 5 front channel stereo width if you have a proper home theater setup and you have 7.1. If you listen to the new Blu-ray of Spartacus, you'll actually hear 2 extra phantom channels in the front. So you'll have your left speaker, your center channel, and your right speaker. But if they're set up correctly, you'll be able to hear phantom imaged those original 2 speakers that created the full 5-channel 70 millimeter 5-channel across the front stage. So Kubrick's first 2 full-length features, essentially. It's a special features, but you know this was the first really nice major release full-length features, technically. So, this is the 1999 restored version by Jim Katz and Jim.
I don't know about that. I've already got this. I've already got that on DVD. That's not one of those movies I watch a lot. What the heck? Are they taking the piss? Is Universal Studios taking the piss? They're taking the piss with this. Don't think I'll want to buy it on. I'm surprised. What I can't figure here is why Jaws 2 has not had a remix. Jaws, now I was a mono. Jaws 2, mono. Jaws 3 was the first Dolby Stereo release, and of course Jaws 4 as well. But Jaws 3 was the first Dolby Stereo release. All the others were mono mix. But they take Jaws, being a, you know what it is, and they remix it, 5-1. I'm surprised Jaws 2 hasn't had that sort of, releasing Jaws 2 on 4K. Well, no thanks. So it's just a mono. It's an easy pass. That easy pass. It's like 4K, blah blah blah, HDR, blah blah. Nothing new there, I'm afraid. It's an easy pass. Avatar, Way of Water. That's a pass as well. What else? What's this? Oh, that's a load of rubbish. Weird Science. That's a pass. It's not like it's been released before. It's been over. They pick titles after a certain while and they just re-release it over and over and over and over again. Battlestar Galactica 4K. Is that the theatrical release? Is that the cinema version? I don't know what I'm looking at here, but let's just see. Let's have a read. Doesn't seem much on that. July. So all they got is not much information on it. See few people talking about censor round, but no, is this the version that was on TV or the theatrical version that was cut for cinema? That's where I first saw it, cinema. And then the TV show. And then cinema again, I think, about the Cylon attack or whatever it was. That's where I got my bloody tinnitus from, bloody Battlestar Galactica. This is sketchy. If not, they're probably just bullshitting the image into a 4K image, just the bullshit to get you to buy it again. So it's become Battle Milk Galactica. Otherwise, what was it? I think the DVD or the Blu-ray, it's got a 1.1. So it's mono sound in center with an LFE channel, or call it a sensor round channel, or whatever. It's not a case of reconstructing sensor round tracks from scratch. It's a sensor round module that's doing that. They should make a limited version of sensor round modules. What were, made back then. Build it the same. And that's what you install. Revitalize the sensor round, because it's done differently to how the other things are done, It's done a little different. Those I would say that have seen experience sensor around would know exactly what that system was doing, capable. I'm sure it might have had some flaws, but wow, didn't notice any that I could, totally wowed. Yeah, that's all the talk there. What other rubbish are they trying to release on 4K Blu-ray? I'm not interested in buying Spartacus on Blu-ray 4K. I've already got it on DVD. It's something that I hardly watch. It's something like, I think it's got all that dialogue panning going on and all directionality. I think it's got all that on it as far as I can recall. Just not played it in a while. And for Rome, with all dialogue directional, and then you get to something like a Ridley Scott Gladiator epic, well, trying to be, but Gladiator doesn't use dialogue panning. You know, like Spartacus, and you got directional dialogue, footsteps, where you go something maybe like Ben-Hur, footsteps moving around, dialogue, positioning, panning, moving, boom, 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 across the 5 screen here. But Gladiator, weird. Not much going on there. And you get to a Ridley Scott Alien, you get a bit of dialogue panning and the foggy sound. You can have some voice there or shifting, you know, not a whole lot of the time, but I think Spartacus is an easy pass. I've already got it on DVD. I don't need it again. I'm Spartacus. I don't need it again. We can keep it on 4K. The 4K doesn't look too good because it says DTSX, and I will not touch another title from Universal that's got DTSX on it. Bad experience with some of those other titles that I got that don't even get played anymore. Apollo 13 DTSX, thumbs down, load of rubbish. Yeah, that concludes looking at Blu-ray.com this week. Just waiting for the Abyss. And I'm pretty sure they'll fuck that up. Because they posted something a few years ago. A reduction. And they just show some cheesy, lame-ish looking, like, the Abyss on the screen, and it looked like in a mixing studio, like it was being all done on colorized and all that. That's just a load of bullshit to calm everybody down, and just a load of bloody trolling. Worst fucking trolling for a fucking movie studio? Really? That was years ago now. Bullshit. Utter bullshit. It was due this, man. It was utter bullshit. I guarantee you they'll either purposely fuck up the color just so they can fucking milk it again, or they will fuck up the fucking Dolby Stereo 6-track mix. One or the other, just so they can milk it over again. They'll fuck it up. Mark my words. It's not perfect on Blu-ray. DVD. It's not perfect. It's not perfect on Laserdisc. The coloring is a little bit overdone, and you get the underwater scenes mostly with the floodlights and the bluish kind of colory background water color filtering effect, and then you got the white floodlights, and then you're looking at 3 colors: a whitish color that's overdone too much, and a greeny horrible color going all around it, and that's not what I saw theatrically. I only saw 2 colors there: the bluish background and those floodlights, and the performers swimming through the water set. And I've only seen one perfect version, and that was on TV. That was Channel 4, and it was a proper color version before they switched over to too much of this digital broadcast, and then eventually they turned off the analog transmitter, which was years later, and now it's all woke. It's woke. It's wokeness on. That's why I don't watch it anymore. It's woke. Too much woke can hurt your eyes and your ears. The wokeness. I think Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, should be one of my desert island movies, because it seems to be the one I watch mostly. And again, I could get into motion picture quite easy. I could just turn this off and then put the motion picture theatrical version on that you can't even get on 4K Blu-ray, whatever, because it doesn't exist. That version only exists on the Laserdisc. And you can transfer it over to DVD, burn it onto DVD, and then boom, you got the original theatrical mix. With good bass quality. You know, don't need that director's version to revisionize. It's like, what version of Close Encounters do I prefer? Oh, for crying out loud. Close Encounters of the Milking kind. Bloody hell. I mean, Close Encounters special edition where he goes into the UFO and then you get the John Williams score playing, and then when he gets transformed into an alien or whatever, you don't know what happens exactly. The way he's looking up, and then this light ray comes down. And the way that does that with the score is very uplifting and emotional. When it cuts into the end credits, the end credit music score is cut differently. I mean, which version do you prefer? I think it kind of ends nicely on maybe with Wish Upon a Star. It kind of like ended nicely there. The theatrical version was slightly a little bit different. Of course, I saw two versions, but saw both versions of the cinema. In the Gaumont screen, number Odeon number 2 downstairs, that had the left, right half surround with overhead surround. So it was Dolby Stereo 424 Matrix with a CP50 immersive storytelling. Yeah. Yeah, I could just stop one and just put on another. Oh, I can just suddenly just stop, pause. All right. Every time I hear a wee bloody word censor around, blimey. You get the censor around syndrome. Sense around syndrome. What's going on here? What the fuck is going on? Fuck off, you're being fed. Knock it off, you're being fed. Leave this alone, Magic Bear. Leave that alone. Oh. Not mess the evening up, Magic. Oh. Oh. Oh, sense around. Sense around. What's going on there with the menu? Can't see the rest of the menu on there. What's going on? It's weird. What's going on there? Seriously, I can't see the rest of the menu. There should be a menu thing going below. I can't see it. That's weird. Let's do a short video. That is weird. There's some glitch going on here. Superimposing or such. Some sort of something strange I can't figure out. Let's see. Probably got to restart the video. Fuck. Conspiracy. Okay, I just put earthquake in. I should get a menu down here in this bar, but I'm not seeing anything. It's in the Panasonic 9000. I don't know what's going on. Just pressing the buttons on the remote, but I can't see any. What's it down there? So I'm going to eject. I'll press play. Wait a second. Closes the transport tray. Let's see what goes on. It's the first I've noticed that. It says reading. Okay. It always does that when there's no signal present. And then signal comes on. It's one of these glitches on these AVRs. Final cut. Reading. Yeah, boom. There's the. Well, that's weird. I can't understand, because if you think about it, you know, when you move it's like a computer. A feature comes up on a computer screen, and then you mess around, say, and then that feature doesn't come up again. That's weird. Why that went out. It's a bit of a glitch. I don't know. That's a first. Anyway, I'll press feature. Anyway, it goes into the movie. It's universe. It's out in space. Actually, the universal, it should be more or less solar system, but solar system pictures, because we're in a solar system, but we're of a galaxy, of a universe. Wow, this opening in Earthquake's incredible. There's a lot of low rumble, a lot of, in the soundtrack mix. And when that title appears on screen, the bass should just slam. You should feel it slamming into you. Anyway, that's working now. Yeah, so I've got a short video there. Strange, that thing there is very strange. Can't put my finger on that. So it's obviously something to do with a menu issue of a sort. Very, very strange. Oh, no. Yes. Yes. Why did you call me? I don't know who that is. I don't know who you're talking about. No, I don't know who you're talking about. You've seen Return of the Jedi. You see Darth Vader raising his lightsaber up in the sky. I've never no longer has it. It's the name of the true self. Yes, but I relinquished that name. Why did I do that? I relinquished that name. It's got nothing to do with it. I've never liked the name. I never liked it. I wanted to change it 40 years ago. I wanted to change it decades ago. I wanted to change that decades ago. Another name is probably relinquished the middle name. No, I didn't. Probably only got about enough tread for maybe about 3 more things. Probably about another 1, 20, 30, maybe about another 50 hours yet. I've got some new ones there. It's good for John. You want to come round and say, oh, this is great. I like doing this sort of stuff, you know. Otherwise, bloody hell, the smell of these tyres in my hallway. Oh, they smell of rubber. Oh. Oh. Pallets. Yeah, but down the hole. Yeah. I just want to put these on. I just want to take off the back wheel. Once we're all up there, got tools. It takes less than 15 minutes. No. Before you come on over, just take the wheels off and put the tire. You want to do something, you make it for a few minutes. It's the way the derailleur, if you put upside down the derailleur, it's different. That's usually in the down, it's usually the bike over otherwise, you just take the wheels off, put the wheels on. And, you can put that 15 minutes through, and about another 7 minutes just to put the wheels put the wheels back onto the line, tap the brake pads to line, make sure the seats on board. No. Because you're not going to come down and help me. No, not really. I just think if you like to, do something, just for a, have a little. Because every time I do it, it's always nice. always nice. See. I was going to do it last night at midnight. Last night. You haven't got a shed out there. Oh. Yeah, you can do it in professional Formula 1 racing time. Well, it's kind of like a bike, it's not like Formula 1. Those rules have changed in like a few seconds, aren't they? I can't they do that with a bike? I've got so much grit and dust that's built up around that below here and all the cogs. Oh no, I've got new brake blocks, so I'll fit those as well. It's they're getting. Because I think I got no, that was a few more £100 more dearer. A few more £100 more dearer. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you thought. Oh, right, from 26. Oh, a bit more wider on me. Yeah, I've got the pads here, I've got the pads here. Got the YouTube. Okay. You want to do this now? In your shed? He's thinking. But I'm chilled, I'm relaxed on the sofa right now. I can hear it in your voice. So, and do this right now. Do all this in less than and do all this in less than 1 hour. So we'll do it like Formula One. Yeah, crikey. Be there in 20 minutes or less. I can't put my cat in the front carrier with a bloody car in there, so come on. I'll be there 20 minutes or less. Over and out. Over and out. Hello? Out. Okay. Over and out. So I'm looking at a cut there. Over and out. Over and out.